aspects that the student community would interact with campus solutions on. The portal features and enrollment and looking at a course catalog and looking up grades and things like that. Kids these days, they're on their smartphone all the time. So why would they switch devices and go to a computer specifically to do just this task? So tremendous potential there. As I mentioned, it's device agnostic. It's a fresh and new online experience specifically for PeopleSoft. It's not new to the rest of the world, but been a long time coming for PeopleSoft applications. So it's much appreciated. A lot of good feedback from customers when we have demonstrated this at conferences and when Oracle has spoken about this both online and at conferences. It allows for several end-user personalization features within Fluid, and we'll show you what that means. A user can personalize the feel of their screens, what content they can see. They can add more content to their screens if they would like, without customizing the PeopleSoft application. And that is the most important part, because customers, when they hear that users can do this, they freak out or worry about, oh, now I have more customizations to manage, and a Wild West sort of thing where everybody's going to be doing whatever they want. Rest assured that these things are stored as user personalizations and not as customizations. So think of them as preferences more than anything else. It gives the user a lot of control over their display and content that they want to see. All that is still controlled, or all of that is still controlled through PeopleSoft security. So behind the scenes, you can still orchestrate what they see and what they do with the application, but you get that sense that they have a lot more flexibility and there's of empowerment, I think, with all of this. HTML5 and CSS3 is the underlying technology that enables Fluid, as I said before. So some characteristics of Fluid applications. Number one, it is seamless. And what do we mean by this, really? It means that when you go from one device to another, there is no difference in the way PeopleSoft behaves or the transactions present themselves and the interactions you have with those screens. It's very seamless. Approaches work the same way in Classic versus mobile. The only difference is that it's optimized for mobile. So the screen and the font size and the icons, everything work for mobile, but you're performing the same action. So it's seamless. Whether start a transaction in Fluid, you can complete it in desktop, and vice versa. No difference between the two. It's configurable. So what do we mean by that? You can actually configure what a end user's experience on Fluid would be primarily through application settings, without having to customize code, without having to reinvent security entirely and things like that. So good to have. So it's accessible. So while you're on the road, you're out at lunch, you're getting a notification, somebody's waiting on you to approve a rec or a voucher, or just giving you an alert that something has been processed. You don't have to be stuck to your screen, chained to your desk. You can be productive with PeopleSoft while you're on the go, and be always in touch with your PeopleSoft application and everything that's going on. Last thing is, it is inherited. So this is more of a programming terminology, but what we mean by this is that build with applications does not mean that you have to start from scratch. You can, for example, take existing PeopleSoft delivered page or a vanilla page and convert that to Classic if you want to. Oracle is working on doing that for many screens today. They don't, from what we understand, they don't intend to convert everything in PeopleSoft Classic to Fluid, and it probably wouldn't make sense because there are some screens that are beauty screens, lots of tabs, lots of fields, lots of processing, so you probably don't want to do those kinds of transactions on mobile. But the ones where it is very self-evident and where it's obvious, starting self-service, starting with some things that are used by more users than less, for example, requisitioning or looking up pay information, HR, look at benefits information. These kinds of things are better suited to the mobile experience. So Oracle has a plan, and they're working towards that, where they're taking a few features at a time and developing those. And you'd get information about these by looking at info.com and going into various sections there to see what Oracle is developing. But you have a customization or two or a bolt-on application where you feel would be better suited a mobile template, then you take those existing people tools objects and reuse them by putting them into your fluid design. So you're not going to reinvent everything. You're just going to put them into containers, so to speak, that help render that into fluid. But more on that later in this afternoon session when we get into development aspects. Who benefits from fluid? We are covering this from 3 vantage points or 3 perspectives. The one is power user. So if you're a power user, let's say in procurement, then there are certain functions where certain screens where you may be going to very often, maybe 15, 20, 50, 100 times a day, depending on what type of transaction it is. AP, for example, heavy duty, a lot of inquiry, a lot of lookups, a lot of approvals, same thing with processing. So you may be able to do some of those things in fluid, and you don't have to be chained to a desk. You can do that wherever you are. Let's say you're in the riding the train into the office and somebody's waiting on you to approve a requisition. You should be able to do things like that on your mobile phone using the fluid interface for PeopleSoft. There's a lot more to that than just the fluid interface, and we're not covering your entire mobile strategy and what sort of security you need to enable mobile devices, whether it's a bring your device BYOD policy or if it's a corporate issued device. We understand that a lot of those considerations will be taken into account, and a lot of deliberations will happen internally before all of this is deployed in a truly mobile environment. But even while you're within your network, let's say you're within your corporate office, going from west to the other, one floor to the other, and you're not really looking at your desktop screen for alerts or notifications, you can actually get stuff done on your mobile phone. Now, for executives, key tricks, highlights, dashboard type information that executives want to see. When into PeopleSoft, I think it would be better and more effective if they saw that in a fluid environment, because fluid by nature, it renders content nicely in tiles with metrics, with graphs, with reports that are put out to the end user without somebody having to come in and run a batch process or see a run control page. So for executives, there's ways to give them dashboard-style reports, or even for when you want approvals for, let's say, a requisition that's above a certain threshold, it exceeds $100,000. It goes to a director in procurement or something like that. They may not always be logged into PeopleSoft. So for them, a mobile application with the application interface might be very useful. And then the casual users, the self-service users of your application, whether it is HR self-service, manager self-service, customer vendor self-service, all of those things, there's potential for them to not just come in and conduct a transaction, but also to inquire or to get information about where things are in the system based on what they submitted, expense reports, all of those kinds of things. So a lot of applications. So keep out for all the new fluid applications that are coming down the pipe through PUM image updates. A PUM image is something new into it. Some of them may be significant changes or menu features. Other times you may find tweaks or improvements to existing fluid applications. But there's always something new, and so please stay tuned and see what Oracle's doing and decide whether you want to consume that or take that and modify that to make it your own. Either there's a lot of new stuff that's come. There's more planned from what we hear from our product strategy. Considerations for fluid applications when you think about what you should implement and how you should implement it. So we'll talk about the what now. And you don't want to take everything in PeopleSoft and try to convert it to fluid. And I still haven't given you any detail on what conversion or migration to fluid looks like. There's dedicated topics for that later this afternoon. But to say briefly here, Oracle does not provide a conversion utility or a wizard that can take an existing PeopleSoft screen and all of the objects within that and put that through a 3 or 5 or 10-step process and automatically spit out a fluid application for you at the end of it. It does not work like that. It requires some design work, some development work like you would do for any enhancement or modification for PeopleSoft screen. So you're creating something new. The building blocks are there. The building blocks are your existing PeopleSoft objects, record pages, components, and et cetera, fields. So all of those things you would use. But when you pick candidates for fluid deployment, assume that you're trying to do something that Oracle has not already done for you, as in Oracle created some employee self-service features. You probably want to recreate that. You may want to tweak it or figure it or personalize it. Let's say it's something that you've built, a customization or an enhancement that now you want to deploy to Fluid. You want to think about whether it has applications for a larger employee base or supplier base or contract base, and not just for a handful of users. The mobile makes sense, one, when it is simple and when it's used by a larger section of your user population. So, and then you want the transactions themselves to be self-service, wherein they have to pause and ask a lot of questions. The system is intuitive, it is guided, it provides information to them at every step. And as they're executing the transaction, they're getting some notifications or alerts on what they've just completed or what's pending, and know what to do next with minimal intervention. So those are the kinds of transactions you want. So approvals is a good example. Acting on a notification is a good example. Sending some report or an alert related to a transaction is a good example. What we want to avoid is applications where are heavy on the workload side, a lot of data processing, a lot of elements, multiple tabs, and then split screens with a top screen with some entry and a bottom screen with multiple tabs like workbenches and things like that. Not conducive in a fluid environment. So don't with those. The Oracle has in 8.5.5 compared to 5.4 delivered some new abilities for fluid. So for example, Oracle is working now, we're told, on a work center that can be deployed in Fluid. And we believe that the very first one that they're going to develop and deploy as part of a PUM image is going to be a work center for the billing module. So you can see a billing work center in the classic UI in version 9.2, and that was available early on in 9.2. Now those types of transactional screens are going to come to Fluid. The underlying people tools technology is already there in 8.5.5. The product team is now taking advantage of that to build that. There are some master detail screens that are available where on the left-hand panel, and we'll do some examples of this as well. On the left panel, you'll see a set of items, and you can click on one of them in the right-hand screen. Right-hand panel populates based on what you select. So that's called master detail. There are some guided navigation processes. All of these things are really aimed at making the entire user experience simple but still intuitive and powerful. So you want to keep those in mind when you pick an application to implement in Fluid. So some considerations for how you should deploy Fluid. Obviously need to be on 8.5.4 at a minimum. If you are coming from a release that is less than 8.5.4, we recommend that you consider 8.5.5 because 8.5.5 gives you some enhanced capabilities, some tweaks, and some things been cleaned up with regards to Fluid. So we recommend 8.5.5 if you're going to deploy Fluid. You can do it on 8.5.4 also, but there are some limitations. Consider using the pre-built Fluid applications that Oracle is delivering as a start without customization or enhancement. Just deploy that maybe to a small pilot group of users, one department, one regional office, one service group, etc., and field test it, see what they say, understand how this fits into your mobile applications strategy overall within your organization, and then go about expanding that. As I said earlier in one of the slides, Oracle is continuously developing content and providing new content for customers to consume. So keep an eye out for that before you start creating something on your own. And look up information on peoplesoftinfo.com to see what's coming down the pipeline. Not always get exact dates on what is being delivered when, but at least you'll have an idea. So for example, there is a website called PeopleSoft Planned Features and Enhancements, and you get to that through Oracle support or through PeopleSoftPSE.com. We'll post the link to the chat window here in a few minutes. But that gives you an idea of what Oracle is currently working on in development, and this is largely based on feedback from customers through CAB meetings and things like that. So keep an eye out for that. But what you would do it, use some pre-built apps, create your own apps after that, deploy some home pages with different content, show users how they can personalize it, understand what the aspects are and how you control it and manage it, and make you test it appropriately before you deploy it, and test it not just from a feature and functionality standpoint, but also from a platform standpoint. So PT, PeopleSoft Test Framework, is something that we talk a lot about in many of our other presentations. For those of you who've attended those before, you know what I'm talking about. Delivered tool that allows you to test your PeopleSoft applications, record and playback capability, allow streamline testing, automate testing, and almost eliminate manual testing. So trying to incorporate testing into that is going to be critical, and PF is a good way to go. Okay, so pause here and bring over our second presenter. That's Tanvi, and she's going to talk to you about fluid UI deployment. And Tanvi, will we show them a quick demo of what delivered fluid looks like in 855 and explain some basic concepts to them before we go into configuration aspects and deployment aspects.
Sure. Very hope the audience got a good introduction of what fluid is, what are the characteristics, and what are the various use cases, circumstances under which you would consider moving over to the fluid platform. We've been hearing a lot about fluid. Let's take a look at what fluid looks like. I know some of you are already on 9.2 and may have a fair idea of the home pages and the tiles that come delivered with the PeopleSoft application in its current version, 854, 852. What you have on my screen right now is FSCM instance, financial instance on 855 tools. So in 855, Fluid is enabled by default. So as soon as you log in, you will land on this landing page, which is Fluid. What you're seeing here is the employee self-service. It is one of the home pages that PeopleSoft delivers. And these white windows that you're seeing in PeopleSoft terminology, they are called as tiles. So let's take a quick look. You have a home page. You have about 6-8 tiles here. And each of these tiles are windows into either some application, which may or may not be fluid applications. They may be classic applications, or they may just give you some kind of dynamic information, like you see in case of expense here, which shows some unapplied charges. They can also bring to you some aggregate information, some live metrics on reporting data, etc. So it depends on how you configure and what you configure and what you want the tile content to be. Home page, these are the tiles, and there are several icons that you'll see on the top right corner here. The first one is the home button, so as soon as you click on it, you will be taken to your home page. In this case right now, it is the employee self-service. That's how it has been configured. The second icon, the flag icon that you see, are the notifications. It will show you any kind of actions that are awaiting you, or alerts that you may have set up, some kind of notifications. Right now in this instance I don't have any, but any kind of notifications that you have set up will show up on your screen when you click on the flag icon. The third icon here has a few features, personalized preferences, the sign out icon. We'll talk a little more about this as we proceed through the training. Last one is what we call as the navigator. So navigator is what will help you navigate across the various links within your application. You can navigate back to classic home page from here. You can mark some of your favorites in My Favorite section, and Navigator window here is what will give you what is to see as a drop-down menu in your Classic application. So all of these links are available. If you click on any one of them, it will drill down further, and you can navigate to the exact transaction pages. So this we call as the Navigator, and this is the refresh button at the bottom. So this is what a Fluid homepage looks like. Let's get back to the presentation. From here on, we are going to switch back and forth between the presentation and the demo so that there is higher comprehension of what we are talking about in the presentation. So, a Fluid homepage containing tiles that users can select or to information, or they can drill down to complete a transaction. The name of the home page appears on top. The white windows are called as tiles. The notifications, the personalized icon, the navigator. And this is what a home page looks like on your desktop or your laptop. As you can see in this particular screenshot, it's a 3x3 matrix. But what happens is when you open the same home page on any of your handheld devices, with a tablet or a smartphone or your iPhone, the view changes. It automatically adapts itself to a resolution of the screen, and depending on that, as you can see now, it is a 2x2, 2 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 plus peaking style at the bottom. So it still looks intuitive, it still looks easy. You don't have to shrink or expand your view to drill down into the tiles. It has automatically adapted itself to the device on which it is being accessed. And this is actually a screenshot of my own phone, and this is how it looked like. It's fairly easy to use, I think. Now, before we delve into how do you actually develop content on the Fluid platform, there are some configurations, in my opinion, if you're aware of. It helps you navigate your view through, navigate through the Fluid configurations in your system and personalize it so that you can tweak it as per the needs of your organization. The very first one is the web profile configuration. Now, in PDT 854, there was the option of disabling Fluid mode either on all your devices or just on your desktop. So these two checkboxes that you see here, it could help you disable Fluid on desktop so that your Fluid is restricted to just your phones or tablets. With 855, if you move to this navigation of web profile configuration, you will no longer see these two checkboxes. What this effectively means is that with PeopleTools 855, there is no option to disable Fluid. It is by default enabled for your web profile. A tab on the web profile configuration is the Look and Feel tab. And as you can see, the Start page specifies a Fluid home page and a specific page on that home page. It specifies a component and the page. So this is how you can customize your starting page. You have the option of overriding this and changing the default Fluid home page that you see as soon as you log into the system. What you saw right now was the employee self-service page when I logged into our demo instance on financials. And always have this option to change it to a home page that you may specifically construct for your own organization. It can be a collection of tiles that are most relevant to you instead of just the employee self-service page. As I mentioned, by default, all devices are set to display the Fluid home page. So as soon as the end user signs into the PeopleSoft application, they land on that landing page that we saw. There is an option to personalize this such that you can switch back to Classic homepage in case you do not want your Fluid homepage to show up. So the option is available in your PeopleTools personalization options. If you see the two highlighted rows, one is for desktops and the other one is for mobile devices. And as you can see, the default option here is fluid. And click on the set option default value, you get to choose classic as your default value instead of fluid. So this is available in the personalization option. You may not necessarily expose this option to your end users because you don't want them to go around changing all these setups, but it's available as a personalization option to you. When I started using Fluid, one of the initial struggles I, as an end user, had was that by default, the top-down menus that you see, the breadcrumbs, they were not there. Each time I had to get into the navigator window and look for the specific navigation that I was working on. As a person who used to the classic menu, it wasn't the most easy thing to do. So this is where you can change that default setup. By default, if you come to the branding system options, it is default theme fluid. So what it means is that the top navigation that you're seeing, people tools, portal, branding system options, they won't be there. All you'll have is the navigator window that I showed earlier, which is there on your right-hand side icon. If you want to change and get back the option of having the drop-down menus on top, you would want to change the default branding theme from default theme fluid to either default theme tangerine or tangerine alternate. They differ. The first one, the tangerine, gives you only drop-down menu and you will not have the navigator. The second one has the option of both. And that's what we have set up for our system because the drop-down menus and the navigator both may or may not be used depending on the personal preferences of the users. So just a quick snapshot of some of these setups that help you customize your look and feel of Fluid on your application. Fluid home pages, that's our next topic. We saw a snapshot of what a home page looks like, what were the tiles like, but let's get into the details of what is a home page, how do you define a home page, and this would be followed by a demo of creation of a home page and the tiles. A home page can be viewed as an aggregate of related information, and this related information is displayed on tiles that we saw, and these tiles can then provide you access to your applications. So if you have to begin constructing more home pages other than what is delivered in your FSCM instance or the pre-delivered by Oracle, if you have to actually start constructing, you'll have to start thinking on lines of what kind of aggregate information do I want on my home page. They need to have a common purpose or need to be designed keeping a specific role in mind. So, for example, as an employee or as a manager or as a clerk, what is it that you do on an everyday basis, or what is it that you would want to see on an everyday basis? There may be transactions that you perform every day, multiple number of times. There may be some specific reporting information that you want to keep tab on every time you log into the system. So depending on what sort of information that you need as a specific role, or depending on the collection of a common theme, you start designing your home pages. Home pages, when we say it's a collection of tiles. So each of these tiles can then be used as a link to perform a task, in which case when you click on the tiles, it will take you to your classic transaction page, or it may take you to a Fluid application that you have developed, some bolt-ons or Fluid applications that come delivered with the PeopleSoft application with the current PUM release. Or they can just be a high-level information that can be used for decision-making or monitoring of data. So you have a home page, you have a collection of tiles, and the home page shares a common purpose across the tiles. Some details on how these home pages work. Apart from the home pages that are delivered with Oracle, you also have a default home page. So it's called default_LP, and I'll talk more about this. The underlying fluid page and component for the default home page is PT_landing page. So this is what we use as a menu and component when we manually create tiles in 9.2. Permission lists and user permissions that you can take note of when you get started with Fluid. It helps you get access, and it helps you manage the home pages and work around these home pages and tiles. Once you have the home pages, you have identified what is it that you want to show. You start working with the tiles. Now, these tiles, as I mentioned before, they help you aggregate and display aggregate information as content on top of the tiles, or they can help you get quick access to your targeted transactions, which may be classic or which may be in Fluid applications. And some of these considerations when you are creating these tiles is that you can have a number of tiles added to a home page. There's no restriction as such on the number of tiles. At the same time, having said that, you also need to make sure that there are not too many tiles on your home page, because that would lead to a cluttered view, and you may still have to put in some effort in looking for that particular tile that is of interest to you. So you may want to manage your home pages such that, as mentioned, should share a common theme, and you can design your home pages and the tiles within the home pages according to that common theme. Tiles do not fit within the current view are called as peeking tiles. So you'll be able to see those at the bottom. You modify the number of tiles you see on the home page. You can move them around. You can delete. You can add more. So all these options are available in the personalization mode, and we'll see a part of it in the demo. Else that we publish can be viewed from the structure and content in People Tools. The positioning still remains with the personalization option on the home pages. Tiles can be used to link Fluid transactions or classic PI transactions. As Scott mentioned, you can just click on it and it will take you to a transaction page, which may be classic or which may be Fluid. So if you remember, there was a personalized icon we saw on the home page, and this is what the screen looks like when you click on it. There's the option of adding a home page, and there's the option of adding a tile. We'll get more into this as we go into the demo. A feature which Oracle provides is the Tile Wizard. It's a 5-step process to create new tiles. So you can create tiles manually, or you can come here and use the Tile Wizard to create and publish tiles, which are then available for selection on a home page. One interesting feature of these tiles is that you can configure these tiles such that they can give you dynamic content. So example of this is the expenses and the travel authorizations that you're seeing on the screen right now. It is displaying unapplied charges, some pending requests, and all of this is dynamic content. There are some SQL queries that you design, and it is going to fetch live data and present to you on the tiles. So as soon as you log into your system, you look at these tiles, you know exactly how many approvals are pending, or how many travel authorizations need your attention, what are the unapplied charges, or you can design any of such content to be displayed on your tiles. It can also be some kind of an external content, and in that case, the way you create it is through structure and content, and you specify what should be the content of that dynamic tile. So I think this is a good point to get into a demo, and all that I spoke about, let's take a live demo. Let's take a look at the live demo of all these features. I'm in my financials instance. This is the landing page, the employee self-service page, and this is the personalization options that you can navigate to, the third icon on the right. When I click on the personalize option here, I see on the left-hand side all the current home pages that are there. So there's one for expenses, employee self-service, and I can navigate to any one of them, and it will show me all the tiles that there are on that home page. So various tiles, you have the option of editing these tiles, copying these tiles, moving these tiles over, or you can add more tiles to it. Let's begin with creating a home page. You see the button on the top left which says Add Home Page. When I click on this, there's a default home page that already comes delivered. So that's called the My Home Page. You can change the name of this home page, or you can create a new home page here and specify the name of the new home page. You have the options of doing both. Let's My Home Page here. It's going to be blank screen right now. And I can change the name of my home page here, and I can begin with constructing home page by choosing the tiles that I want to display on my home page. So let's just save this home page now. I save it. You'll see my page appears as an option in the drop-down menu of all the home pages. So this is my home page, and it's currently blank. There are no tiles on it. Back to personalize, and here I start off with adding tiles. When I click on Add Tiles, it exposes all the repository of tiles that are present in the system right now. So they grouped based on existing tiles, employee self-service, asset tracking, mobile inventory, etc. Let's just say I pick one of them. Something in employee self-service, I say, okay, let's say requisitions. Added one tile here, I save it. I go back, my home page, I've added one single tile. So when I click on this this tile, it takes me to the requisition page. Me to a fluid application which allows me to add requisition recently added items, and I can fill up my cart and do my transaction here. So let me go back. I've already have my home page ready, and I have added a single tile here. You have the option of editing, moving these tiles, or copying them over from another home page to here. So let's just say I go back to the employee self-service, and I want travel authorization also present on my home page. So I say copy this over to my home page. Come to my home page, I say save, and when I go back to my home page, I now have two tiles. One is requisition and one is travel authorization. So all I have done here till now is created a new home page and inserted on my home pages tiles that are already pre-existing. Way of adding tiles would be, consider the example of up an existing classic applications, let's say requisitions, and I'm on add update requisitions. I want this requisition page as a tile on my home page. What do? I say add to home page, and I select my home page, and it has add update requisitions to my home page. I say okay, and when I go back to home, I see now that there are three tiles, two which I picked up from the existing tile repository, and one of them which is, if I click, it will take me to my classic application. So this is an instance of how a tile can help you navigate back to a classic page. So it need not be a fluid application, it not be an aggregate of information, it can just be a link to some transactions that you perform on the classic page on everyday basis. You just need to identify such transactions, such information, what you want to see on your home page, and that's the key. See the tile here. It shows this Oracle PeopleSoft icon. Now, not too pleasing to look at. I can change this by go to structure and content, and this is where I can alter the properties of everything that I'm seeing on my screen. Now, I know that tile under purchasing, requisitions, and add update requisitions. So if I did this, I can move over to the third tab, which was the fluid attribute. And this is where the fluid attributes of any classic page can be changed or altered or customized to make it look better. Now in this case, I wanted to change the image here. So I value, I can just pick up, I don't know what I'm picking, let's just say I'm picking up one of these images and I say save. If I go back home, it has an icon. Okay, not the best icon that I could have picked up, but it shows that I have changed the fluid properties of the tile, which is actually a classic page. Similarly, you can change a whole lot there. If I go back to structure and content, every time that I publish, everything under fluid comes here. So all the fluid home pages can be seen here. You can change it. One of them is my home page. You can edit the properties, the tile content. You can select more tiles from here. You have all these tiles, the pagelets, pivot grids that you have initially published or that comes pre-packaged with PeopleSoft. You can pick and choose them from one of these screens here. Now, moving, so you have created a fluid application. Let me go back to one of my fluid applications. So I have a fluid application here, which I created for some purpose. It was a bolt-on. Now I want this to be inserted as a tile on my home page. So I come here and I say add to home page, add to my home page. I go back home and I have the fourth tile inserted. Requisitions, travel authorizations were existing tiles. This was a classic. This is a tile to a classic application, and this is a tile to the fluid application. I can, as you can see, the image is not present. I can go back to structure and content. I know where it resides, and I can edit the features of fluid requirement and come and change that I would want to see here. So let's just say it is so I have 4 tabs on my screen. This is all about navigating to applications or picking up data from existing tiles. We also spoke about having a tile wizard. So let's see how a tile wizard helps you publish content and create a new tile. So in this case, I'm going to create a new tile here using the tile wizard. To give into this tile. This is tile basic information. I specify the name of the tile, the title of the tile. I move on to the second screen. Let's just say this time the type of data that I want to display on my tile is an existing pivot grid. So in case what I'm attempting to do is that I want some high-level reporting information to be displayed as content on one of the tiles that I'm publishing on my home page. So I select the data type to be pivot grid. I pick up one of the existing pivot grids. So this will show me some basic data source parameters. Outside the data source here, I move the next step. This this identifies the page name, the target name, who's the owner ID, parent, and you can also specify the page security. Do you want it to be public or do you want it to be driven by some permission lists? In this case, I'm going to make it public, and I go to the next step. Will determine the tile layout properties. As you can see, the height and width is 1 by 1. You can also specify an image to go with this. So where do you need an image? What happens is sometimes it takes a while to load data onto the tile. So till then, it gives you that Oracle PeopleSoft icon. So that may not be the best way of looking at the tile. So if you give a static image, associate a static image with it, it will continue, it will show that image till the information or your pivot grid data gets loaded. Also specify the tile refresh timer, so data gets refreshed depending on the number of seconds that you specify. Anything less than 10, if you specify, it does not take that into account because that might have some serious implications on the performance. So you also need to take into account the performance parameters here. Suppose I want the screen refreshed or the tile refreshed every 60 seconds. Do you want it to be displayed when you click on the tile? Do you want it in the current window? Do you want it to be a modal window or a new window? You can specify here. Tile auto resize helps the tile to be auto-sized based on the content. So if it's too much, it will auto-size on its own. Or it also, you have the option of resizing these tiles such that if you click on it or tap on it on your device, on your mobile device, it will expand, give you that information, and then come back to its original size. So I say, if I tap on it or if I click on it, let it be height 1/2. And this is where it's going to get published. And I move over to the next step, which is review and submit. View all the information, the title name, the data source. This was the data source, this was the pivot grid. And I published this. As you can see, this was the tile that I published. Now I have a tile called as demo training 0729, and this has become a part of my repository tiles. Let's go back to the home page. And I say I want to personalize my home page. Back to my home page, these were the 4 existing tiles. Click on Add Tiles, and anything that I published through the Tile Wizard gets published under PeopleSoft application. Now, this is an important point to note. We have published this under PeopleSoft application, so you should know where to look for this tile. This is the training 0729 tile that I created, and I save. The image here. So once the data got loaded, it kept on showing that image, and as soon as the data got loaded, I saw that this was the data. This is bill by status. I think that was the pivot grid I had picked up. You see that there's an icon on top. This was the auto resize option we had chosen. So if I click on this, it will resize to 1/2, and it'll display the same image. And if I click on it, it will go back to its 1/1 dimension. You can go back to structure content and see the properties of tile here. Fluid structure content, fluid pages, PeopleSoft applications. And this tile that we created, you can edit the properties here. If I come to this, I change the security, make it public or not make it public, and associate it with certain permission lists. I make this public. I can go back to fluid attributes, change the attribute, change the image. And this was the dynamic content I was referring to. In this case, you see you can specify the page name, the menu name component, and configure it such that it displays any kind of dynamic content. Now, in this case, it doesn't make sense because it is already displaying dynamic content in terms of the pivot grids. Imagine a tile where, like, travel authorizations or expenses, which give you dynamic information at the bottom that says how many transactions are pending. So that kind of information is here in the dynamic tile content. So you have to remember, everything that you publish as Tile Wizard, you can come back to structure and content and edit the properties based on your needs. I see this, and back to my home page. Change the icon here, and now it has data. Now, let's drill down this first. What happens when I click on a grid? This gives me a detailed snapshot of the entire data. So if I click on the left icon here, it will give me the prompts to be chosen. I select and filter data based on billing specialist, status, bill source, display current currency. I can down further, and this will give me all the details of that particular transaction or that particular row. Shows all builds that are in temp ready status, and you have a view of bar graph of the data. You can change the view. Option of changing this view, you have the option of filtering data, you have the option of changing the prompts that are input to this pivot grid. The pivot grid that I have published as a tile, and it is sitting on my home page here. Moving on, now that I have created my home page, so just for the sake of demo, I've already created 5 tiles here. And I imagine if you want to construct multiple such tiles, and as I mentioned before, having too many tiles on a page may not be the best idea. So another option of looking at this would be, what if I could insert my home page as a tile on another home page. So you have a parent home page, and on that parent home page you have another tile which, if you click, becomes another home page. So it's a home page within a home page. So how do you do that? In this, we'll manually create a tile, my home page. We go back to structure and content. We go to fluid pages, PeopleSoft applications, and I'm going to manually create conference here. So let's just say create this as name and title. In this case, soft component. New name, as you know, for Fluid was new framework. The div component for Fluid is PT link page, and there are certain additional parameters that you need to specify. So you specify the page. Okay, lazy, I'm just going to copy this. I can explain this. So what happens is, if you see, this is the name of the default home page that we created. So my home page is called default home page, and now I'm creating a tile manually, and I'm specifying the and I'm pointing it to my home page. So when I do that, say save. So I now have a tile called as demo tr0729 under PeopleSoft applications. Let's see how this all pieces together. I go personalize, and I want my home page tile on employee self-service. So I come back to employee self-service, add tile, move to PeopleSoft application, and this is the tile that I created. I save it, and now click on this. It takes me to my home page. What I've done is that I have crafted a home page from scratch, inserted all the tiles, all the relevant information that I wish to see on it, and then I insert my home page as a tile on a master home page. So this can help you design by segregating information such that, as I mentioned, should share a common theme, a common purpose. So you break it up into multiple home pages, and then you can have this parent-child relationship between home pages, and you can design things accordingly based on need. That was the demo part of it. What we saw was how to create a home page, how to then start inserting tiles on the home page, and these tiles can be existing tiles from your existing tile repository, or you can move to a classic normal transaction page and publish that as a tile on your home page. You can have the same thing for Fluid applications and publish that as a tile on your home page, or in this case what we've done is we aggregated information. So we had a pivot grid, and we published that as a tile on the home page, and we inserted this entire home page as a tile on another home page. So hopefully that was clear enough, and we can move on to our next topic. Topic is working with push notifications, and I'm going to request my colleague Iqbal, and I'm going to give him the presenter control.
Okay.
Thanks, Vikas.
Everyone, so today we are going to cover about push notification technology. So it will be a quick session of 25 minutes. During this session, we are going to cover about quick overview what exactly push notification is. I think there is some problem with the screen sharing.
Screen now.
Okay, thanks. In this session, we are going to cover about the look and feel of notification window, then how we can do the system configuration, how we can do the user configuration, how we can set the actions, and then how we can set up different alerts. What exactly is push notification? So it is a brand new feature which was introduced from People Tools release 8.54. So the notification is something. It's a kind of message which is actually generated either from PeopleSoft workflow. It can be due to process failure. It can be from transactions which are in error. And notification can also be used to track number of transactions which are processed or created on daily basis. Like and we can track vouchers which are created per day, then purchase orders which are created per day, then journals which are created per day, projects which are created per day. Upon this, we can use notification to track long-running process, or if server is overloaded as well. We can track all these things. So, notification can be used in different forms. So, window. So, notification window looks something like this. There is a flag on the PeopleSoft Fluid page. If we click that flag, we will get this window. It has two tabs. First is action, and second is alert. So action contains a list of notification where a user needs to perform some specific action, like workflow related item, or transactions which are in error, where user needs to go and fix the transactions which are in error. And then we have alerts. Alerts are something which are related to process failures, or even we can configure the transactions which are in error to go into alerts. We have view all the hyperlink. If we click this hyperlink, this window will get a detailed version, and then have refresh button. And there are three hyperlinks: to approve transaction, to deny a transaction, or to push back a specific workflow transactions. So view of the notification window will look something like this. Go back to PeopleSoft and show you how exactly it looks. Notification flag, if I click it, then I may see the different actions over here, and this is the tab for alerts. If I click view all, the alerts and actions, I will get the different categories of notification, the different message and different alerts. There are several check boxes which we can enable, or able to filter out the exact transaction which we need. So it was all about notification window look and feel. And do the configuration of notification window. So it can be done through navigation, which is People Tools push notification, notification window configuration, and then system configuration. So this is something which is done by a person having administrator role. System configuration has two tabs: system configuration and then manage notification. Let me in PeopleSoft. This is system configuration page. Here we can specify the maximum number of notification which a user should see, number of notification which should be loaded. We have archive and purge functionality. I mean, we can specify the date range for all the notification which we want to archive or purge. Even we can specify the categories of notification which we want to archive and purge. The archive and purge is if we archive a set of notification, they will be moved to PeopleSoft archive tables. And from there, we can restore the notification at a later stage if required. And I mean, it will clean those notification permanently, and we cannot restore those notification at later stage. Second stage notification. This is something interesting. I mean, PeopleSoft has given us the ability to invoke notification from workflow system. I mean, in past we have used trigger business event to invoke I mean, classic workflows. So I can just invoke all those notifications from here. So just click it and select a specific module. Let's say general ledger. Classical workflows. I mean, and enable the notification for all these classical workflows from here. So let's want to enable the notification for general approval. We can just click it yes, and we just give the message set number and message number for the message content. It's about system configuration of notification window. Even PeopleSoft has given option where I mean users can configure these notification window. So this is the page where I mean a specific end user can go and set up his notification window, where user can specify the number of notification which should be displayed and the categories which user doesn't want to be displayed. She can hide hide the categories from here. Let me this page in PeopleSoft. This is user configuration page. You can specify the number of notification which he wants to see on the notification window. And if he wants to hide a specific category of note, let's say he doesn't want to see the notification purchase order, he can just select purchase order and save, and then he'll get the notification for purchase order. So I mean how we can configure the notification windows. Next, about how we can set up the different actions. Let's say if you want to implement the workflow to be routed to this notification window, then how we can do that. So can be done in two ways. First is, and we can directly go to the transaction registry page. We can check this push notification checkbox, and we can save this specific process ID. Then all the workflow related events for purchase order will go notification window of the specific user. And enable this workflow related notification only for specific events. Then go to the transaction configuration and enable the push notification appropriately. Let me show exactly it is done in PeopleSoft. Okay, price component approvals. So I mean, as of now, it is checked. So it means whenever a user is going to create a purchase order, notification will send into the notification window. And if you don't want it for all the events, I mean, we can go to transaction configuration. I mean, there are 19 events purchase order. And if we want to just enable it for on final approval, then we can just check it. We can uncheck for rest of the events, like if a user don't want to see any notification for on final denial, then she can just uncheck this and save this transaction configuration. So the purchase order to see the look and feel how exactly it comes in the under the notification window. Order number 82 is saved. It's pending. Let me go to the ID of the approver. So I'll select VP1. Identification for that specific purchase order number 82, which we just created. So user can just click it and then approve this specific purchase order. So how we can set up the actions, and now how we can set up a specific alert. Let's say there are some transactions which are in error in PeopleSoft, and you want to implement alert for that. How we can do that? So the first step for that is, you have to create a notification registry. So nothing. It is a group of. You have to specify the process and the categories and the different. We have to just enable the checkboxes over here to create the list of users to whom the notification should go. So we have to create a PS query going to extract all the transactions from the database. Fourth step is we have to create an alert definition. And what it will do, it will just combine the PS query which we created for getting the transactions which are in error. It will club the user list which we created, and then we have to specify the structure and content. That is, we have to schedule the notification job. So invoke different alerts. So how it is done in PeopleSoft, I will give a quick demo for this. Okay. I will an existing transaction registry. So billing interfaces which are in error. So it has a process name and process category. The most important thing over here is we have to ensure that these checkboxes are checked. And uncheck these checkboxes, then actually the notification will go into the this notification dashboard. It will not go into the notification window for fluids. So we have to ensure these are checked. So once it is done, we have to create the user list. So I created a user list by name users. It is role based. So all users who have access to this specific will get notification. So third is creating the PS query, and fourth creating the alert definition. So here in alert definition, we have to specify the query name, which is going to extract all the transactions which are in error, and have to link it with the notification registry. So this was actually the part of our notification registry. We set it as active to specify the PeopleSoft model name, and we have a list which we just created. and then type, and it can go to, if you want to push it into actions or if you want to push it into alerts, we can do all those things over here. And if, we can, give the message set number, message number, message content, and specify a portal registry structure. If you want to give the facility to the user, if user can jump from notification window directly the that this issue is coming, we can just enable all those things in the transaction URL. So once done all these things, we can go to run alerts. And schedule the just specify the query name and the process name and process category, and then we can just run it. So specific process on hourly basis, on after every hour, the user will receive different kinds of notification where you have passed in the run control parameters. So we'll just check the status of this process. Okay, we'll post that, and then we'll go notification window. Okay, go notification window and see. So now you can see there are 3 notification and the alerts which came from PeopleSoft billing module. So let's alerts. So you taken me notification detail page, and from here I can directly jump to the transaction page. Taken me to the transaction error page, and from here I can just fix this specific transaction and go on. So that's what to cover during this push notification session. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening. Presenter role to you.
Iqbal.
Can we take a 5-minute break, or let that 10 minutes? Let's resume at 45. So if you've been on this for about an hour and a half, they can get a drink, get a cup of coffee, and we'll resume with our next topic at 10:05 a.m. Pacific time. Everybody.
Let's move on to our next topic, which is fluid model approvals. It is one of the compelling use cases or the characteristics of fluid is the whole accessibility. While you're in the move, while you're moving, you can submit transactions, you can approve transactions as managers, and case in point would be something as submit your expense report. So as employees, you may be traveling a lot, incurring a lot of expenses, and it's quite an overhead to go and submit these expense reports. So from a manager's point of view, there may be several transactions that are awaiting your approval, and while you're in the move, you may not have access to that information to quickly get things moving. So that's where you can start developing these fluid applications which fulfill the criteria of what should be fluid and what should not be fluid, and allow a greater accessibility to your employees, your managers, and across the board, across your organization. So as I mentioned, one example is submitting an expense report, and this application, this fluid application, comes pre-packaged with your existing 9.2 financials. This is the screenshot of how you can submit an expense report on a desktop screen. You can add expenses, you can see the expenses and submit, put in all the parameters and submit the transaction. This is how it looked like when I opened the same link on my iPhone. Same information, same content, but now this time it has adapted itself to the screen resolution. It still looks very accessible. I can ease with which I can submit a transaction is much higher than the classic application for doing the same. There's no way I could submit this transaction using a classic page. So this is the difference of how you would submit a transaction, an expense report in this case, but you can always create similar applications for similar purposes and ensure that your employees across the organization have access to ease of access for such applications. From a manager's point of view, once such transactions are submitted and they're awaiting your approval, this is how it would look like on your mobile device. As you can see, there is a tile that corresponds to all the approvals that are awaiting my approval. Click on it, I can see expense reports, journal entries, purchase orders that are awaiting my approval, and I can further filter it based on type or priority or from whom it's coming from. And this is what the approval screen would look like on your mobile device. You can see it's fairly easy. It gives you exact information, and if you tap into it further, it will give you more details. But at the top level, at the high level, you have the expense report, the amount, who submitted it, and what was the date it was routed. You can put in your comments, approve it, deny it, or you can do more. So it's very quick. And this is, like I mentioned, just a sample transaction of how you would do things, or it helps you come up with your own designs for applications you identify as being perfect candidates for Fluid. So let me give you a short demo of this feature too. Log in as VP1, and my intention is to create an expense report. Now imagine doing the same thing on your tablet or your smartphone. I come to the expense report and I create an expense report. Just say some travel expense, general travel and expense. I say my location is this. Suppose I'm submitting a food bill here. And I can save to the next page. And this is where I can add an expense. Let's say yesterday, there was something and I had dinner, was prepaid expenditures, or it was a cash transaction. Let's say I didn't eat much, and it was Dallas, and this just dinner had. I submit all transactions and I can click on save. And so I've created a transaction. I've added an expense for $10 and hopefully it routed. But once I click on submit, the expense report, the report ID that gets generated, the details. This is all the header level detail, and same we had seen on the mobile screen too. It shows that the status is submission in process. Log out. It has been routed to my manager. So we out of this and I log in as my manager. Now as a manager, there are some transactions that are pending approval, and this view may be different. I may have personalized this. I may have my own home page, and I may have my own tiles that are relevant for me. So the thing that we covered, how you design your home page, will depend on what is the information that you would want to see on everyday basis. One as a manager would be all transactions pending my approval. So when I click on the approval transaction tile, it will see everything that's pending my approval, and you can you can filter it based on all these parameters. Just say for now I want to take a look at the expense report. This is what I created. And I say this has been approved. Click on this and I say approve and submit. This transaction has now been approved. So even even though I'm doing this on my laptop right now, you can do the same thing on any of your smartphones, and hopefully this is communicating to you the very idea of how simple and accessible this is when you are designing these kind of transactions on the Fluid platform. The buttons are there, the screen renders itself according to the dimensions of your device. And not zooming into information, you are not looking for fields, and you're not struggling your way around all the data that is present on the screen. Next important topics that we intend to cover, and this is one of the last topics of our first session, which is reporting and analytics. As PeopleSoft users, you may have a whole repository of SQL queries that you use for your reporting purpose. Day by day, as more and more users come on board and you expand your PeopleSoft footprint, these number of SQL queries have just been increasing, I'm sure. So many these SQLs, which run into hundreds, maybe because they're just variants of a single query. You may want to just look at different views of the same data, and because of that, you end up creating versions and versions of SQL queries. Is this the optimum way of doing it? Well, no. With the latest PeopleSoft technologies, there is a much better way of approaching this reporting and optimizing it and making it more faster and more efficient, such that you are no longer creating queries, you are no longer downloading data in Excel and then slicing and dicing it further, and are looking at reports which are better to look at, just the look and feel of it, and they're much smarter because you can slice and dice data right on your dashboards or wherever you're publishing these reports. There itself, you can filter the data, you can key in the prompts based on your requirement, and all that you can do with live data. You're not querying the database again and again. So this is how you could transform your reporting with PeopleTools 855, and a lot of these features were available in 854 too. It obviously improves the way you're visualizing data. You're now looking at fancy charts, pie charts, and two graphs, and you can alter the view of this data. Saw a snippet of this earlier in the presentation when we were incorporating that as a tile on our home page. We were able to slice and dice data. We were able to filter the data. This the sales benefits are there from analytics because you can filter the data then and there. You don't have to run SQL queries again and again. You can just access these reports right from your dashboard or your home pages. You also have the ability to take action right from within data, so you can drill to the source and you can take related actions. It's called related actions. You can take related actions on the data that is a part of your report. So this is a four-step approach. You begin with a query. You have your existing queries. Maybe you cut down on all the prompts and the where clauses, but you create one master query which will dig out all relevant information, and then you can start off by creating pivot grids for the same. And pivot grids, if you had to understand, many of you may already know this, but if you understand what pivot grids are, it is much similar to what you have in Excel. In Microsoft Excel, you have the option of inserting pivot grids, and the objective is the same. You aggregate your information based on some fields, and that aggregated information can then further be filtered, sliced, or diced. And that is the whole objective of designing pivot grids. And in this case, we can point the source of a pivot grid to an Excel such that it's fetching live data based on the results of the SQL query, and then presenting it to you in a fancy chart, maybe a grid on top, a lot of filter parameters, and different ways of drilling down into the data. But to design such pivot grids, you can enable Fluid for it, publish it as a tile, or if you are not on Fluid, you can publish these pivot grids on your Work Center dashboard and view your data on your dashboard. Take it a step further. If Fluid is enabled, you can publish this as a tile, and we already saw that how we can publish a tile on the home page. So we're going to see a demo of all this. We'll see how we can transform all the way from a query to a tile on the home page. Doing the demo, let's start off with having one SQL query. So okay, to log back in, I'll read one. My favorites are marked the query manager. I am here in the query manager. Now, consider an example where you take one of your existing SQL queries and analyze one of the existing queries. In this case, I have a sample here, which is the non-contract PO spend. I have a complex query here, which looks into all the purchase orders that are not, which are on contract. So I edit this. It's querying a record, and if I see the SQL, it is fetching certain parameters based on certain prompt values. So if I intend to run it, it prompts me for from date, to date, supplier, and business unit. Okay, so just say I want to look at all data from 2010 all the way to today, and I do this for supplier Bay Electric for business unit US001. So when I run it, I get 2 rows of data. Okay, this is the information for Bay Area Electric from 2010 to 2016 for business unit US001. I dump this to Excel. Now, I want to run it for another supplier for a different time range. Let's just say I want to look at from 2000 to today, and I do it for bike shop and business unit. 25 rows of data, I download this to Excel. So imagine doing this or running this query again and again each time for a different set of data, not the most efficient way of running your queries, and each time it requires you to download the Excel and then further process it. Also, it's just a dump of data. You're seeing rows and rows of data, but deriving intelligence out of this would mean you have to go into Excel and start creating pivot grids out of it and looking at an aggregate view of data. With people tools 854, 855, you have the ability to create pivot grids right here. So you given with reporting tools, there's a grid wizard that allows you to create pivot grids for these SQLs. Fetch of the existing pivot grids that we have. Walks you through 5 steps. It starts off with the name and title. You can then specify it to be either public, or you can have a private pivot grid and associate it with certain permission lists and roles. Once you have entered all the basic properties of the pivot grid, we move on to the next screen. The next screen, this is where I specify what is the data source of the pivot grid that I'm trying to build. Now, in this case, it's a PS query, but it can be a component, it can be a composite query. Select the query as my origin and select the name of the query from the prompt here. It exposes all the queries that are there in my system, and will choose the query that I was working with. In this case, it was PO non-contract spend. I do this, it will show me all the fields that are available as a part of that query. I can select, deselect, activate, and activate some of these depending on what I want to see, what information I want to see. So here it becomes very important that you design the result of the query the way you would want to see it on your application. What would constitute as x-axis, what would constitute as y-axis, what are the drill down values you want to see, what the aggregate value that you want to see on the screen. So in this case, we would want that it's aggregated, it's a sum of amount, and let's say it's by category and by buyer. These are the things that I need to know before I start off with the wizard and I can start specifying or start designing the pivot grid. Once I've identified my data source and I have specified and selected all the fields that I want to see, I move on to my next screen. Step number 3 of the pivot grid wizard. You have all your parameters here. Now this is critical to understand, the column type. You have the option of display and access to differentiate between the two. Any field that you want should be a part of either a filter option, or you should be a part of your x-axis or your y-axis on the grid will become axis. Anything else that should be displayed only when I drill down into the transaction becomes display. So that's how I can differentiate between all these fields. Fields which are not aggregated or which are not filter criteria can be tagged as display, while others become axis. Moving to the next screen, I see that the default view can be either pivot grid, or can be a chart, or it can be a combination of both. So in this case, it's a combination of both. And all the fields that I had chosen as accessed in my previous step is what will show up here. So now I specify the filters. I want location to be a filter. I want item to be a filter, supplier, item, manufacturer. So I specify these filters. What is important is that my merchandise amount is, if I go back to the last step, my merchandise amount was what it is going to aggregate upon. So this, one of the parameters needs to be in aggregate. In this case, we are looking at the sum of merchandise amount. I want this to be by buyer and the merchandise amount to be on the x-axis. The axis would be category 2. So by buyer and by category, I want the sum of merchandise amount. So in SQL terms, it is group by and the where clauses that I specify here. That is the last step where you'll actually see the result of how the parameters that you have chosen, how does it result in the look. So you can always go back and alter the view if this is not what you wanted. Now based on what we had done, these were all the parameters we had chosen. Now we don't have any data for all this, so it shows up as blank. But imagine all the other data will be filter, and depending on what I choose, I can change the data here. These are all the categories since I had chosen this as a column, and if I expand this further, it will show it to me as buyer because I've chosen buyer on my x-axis, so it will show me the merchandise amount by buyer and by category here. When I click on this amount, it will be a detailed view, and these are all the display fields that I had chosen, which would show up only and only if I select them as display in my step number 3. So just seeing how you can transform from a query. Now I'd used the same query, but now I'm looking at a much smarter view of the same data, and I'm no longer rerunning the query again and again in order to get data of relevance. Now, one thing that I missed to mention here was at step number 3, where I give the default prompt values. In this case, I say that by default, the from date, to date, supply, and business unit be this, and they should also be available as prompts when I publish this pivot grid. So you always have the option of changing the prompt values and altering the data. So I'm no longer running the query again and again. What I'm doing is that I am making it all configurable so that when it is published and the last step, they are all available as options for my selection. I've done this. I have finalized the design of my pivot grid. I publish this as a pagelet. Now, only once I publish this as a pagelet will it appear as an option for me to select on either my dashboard or as a tile. So let me edit this and show you how it looks like. As you see, it's a pagelet. This is the title of the pagelet, and I have published this under the PeopleSoft application. And I say publish, return, and save. I've turned my query into a pivot grid and published that as a pagelet. Now what do I do with the pagelet and where do I see this pagelet? Suppose you are still in your classic view of data. You are still on 854. You're still working with, say, work centers and dashboards. You always have the option of work centers and dashboards if Fluid is not enabled on your system. So I go back to my navigator and look at the work center dashboard. These are all the dashboards, work center dashboards that come delivered with your application in Finance. So you can pick one of these dashboards and choose to have this pivot published there. And how do you select it? You can also create a new work center dashboard, or you can choose one of the existing ones. Let's say I select AR work center dashboard. I select the pagelets here. When I click on pagelets, I check for the pagelet, or in this case, I know that there was non-contract PO spend, which is up here. So if I publish this and I publish this under PeopleSoft application, it will show up as an option here. I select this and I want this to be published on the dashboard. It can be optional or it can be required. In this case, I've kept it as optional. And this. So what I've done till now is SQL, I converted that into a pivot grid. I converted that and published that as a pagelet, and when I do that, it shows up for selection here. I can use one of the existing work center dashboards and select this to be an option on that dashboard. So let's go back to that dashboard. This is a prepackaged dashboard. This is our work center dashboard. Just a quick overview on what a work center dashboard is. A dashboard is where you'll see a collection of your pagelets. These pagelets can be reports, existing reports, live metrics. So similar thing what we created just now, a lot of them have been published here, different kinds. And a work center, they are quick links to your everyday transactions or some alerts that you would want to see. All this can also be configured. You can create new work centers, you can create new dashboards. Here, take off this personalized content and layout link. When you personalize the content, this will show you that I've selected non-contract PO spend here. Once I select this, since I'd selected that as optional, it may be unchecked. The first time you come here, you need to check it. You can also personalize the layout, and let's say I want this on the right column, and I say save. I can see non-contract PO spend on the page here. I'll have the same filters, item ship to on the underlying data. All these would be populated. If I expand this, it will show me camping, cycling, all the various categories, and this was grouped by the x-axis that I had configured, buyers. So for every buyer, it is showing me grouped by category the merchandise amount, the total, and all this is color coded. If you hover your mouse over each one of them, it will give you details like merchandise amount, the buyer name, the category, and the period. Also drill down, and when I drill down, I see the details of what I'd seen in my pivot grid. These are configured related actions for these, so when you click on this, you get some related actions that you can take for the specific transaction. If you look at the setting icon on top, you can change the prompt. Since we had enabled all the prompts to be visible, I can change the data here. So let's say I change the supplier. Okay, and now it's just showing me for Bay Area Electric what is the non-contract PO spend, and this is again grouped by category and the two buyers. Coded. I can download this data, export this data to Excel. So I can still work with Excel by clicking on export data, and this will download the existing data that I'm seeing right now into an Excel. And I save that. This was about how you Excel to pivot grid and then publishing as a pagelet. Now, since we're all about Fluid today, let's see how we can use the tile wizard to pick this pivot grid as a tile and publish it on the home page. So I go to the tile wizard. This was something I'd spoken about earlier too. I go back to the tile wizard. These tiles that we've been created, this was what we had created in the morning. In that case, say demo non-contract and specify a title. So it was a pivot grid. I specified the pivot grid. The name of the pivot grid was PO non-contract spend. Here it is. I found it here, and now I've specified the data source information. It's going to be the pivot grid I just created. 3 would be just specifying some parameters and the target page security. Specify the height and the width, all other parameters, timeout, whether you auto size it, resizable, where do you want tile repository to be. Want to the next, review the information and publish this. I have a non-contract spend. This is the tile that I created, and if I go back to the page, I go back to my home page, size this, and add this as a tile. As I mentioned before, anything that you create, any tiles that you create to the tile wizard will be available here. This is the non-contract spend that we just created. I can be able to see this data. See, when I go on non-contract spend, it will be a fluid version of the same data that I saw on the dashboard earlier. The prompts are available here. I can change the data here itself from bike shop to say Bay Electric. I click on search, and there's all data. I can go down further and look at all this information. So you're seeing that the same SL and the same pivot grid are displaying differently on the platform and the classic platform. The classic was when I published it on the dashboard, and this is how I expand or looked into the details of a tile that I've published. You can change data, you can select, deselect data. Let's go back to shop. So a whole lot that you can do here. It looks much better, and it's certainly more intuitive than your SQL queries. Imagine going back to the SQL queries and running them again and again, as opposed to being here and changing the prompts here itself, changing the data here itself, and looking at different snapshots of the same data. So once you have identified what is that information that you with on regular basis, you can come back and insert that in your home page. So demo portion of the reports and analytics. Another part of reports is also something that's new, is called simplified analytics. So simplified analytic features, it enables users to create in-context reports when you're accessing an application page. And by application page right now, it is available only for Fluid components. So you have an existing Fluid page and you enable it to be used for simplified analytics wizard. There are certain set settings you need to do in structure and content too, so that you can enable it for simplified analytics. Once you have that setup ready, you can go back to your Fluid page and start building contextual reports. I'm going to give you an example of that too. So example in financials for that is the supplier watch. This is the page that you see, and the My Analytics section. The icon that you see here, what denotes whether your simplified analytics have been enabled or not. If they're not enabled, you won't see that icon, and if you see the icon, that means it's enabled. When you click on it, if there are no existing analytics that you have built, you can click on the plus icon. You can always add more and more. So going back to the same. This is a watch list. I'm going to navigate to this page. It seems to be taking a while to load. This is one of the delivered fluid pages. It looks at, it's a supplier watch list, so it will, for various suppliers here that you see, some of them have been pre-configured. It shows anything that may be an alert or some information related to that supplier. As you can see here, this icon shows that the related analytics or simplified analytics have been enabled for this fluid page. If I click on it, it shows right now my analytics has no data available. I can always add it. So the whole concept of simplified analytics is that imagine this page of supplier watch list. You select a supplier is there on your left-hand side, and depending on the supplier that you have chosen, the analytics that you are seeing on the right will automatically pull and fetch data and show up in the My Analytics section. So let's just take a look how that's done. On the plus icon, it brings up this wizard, and can with giving it a name and selecting one of the pre-configured grids. Let's just pick up the same example, non-contract PO spend. Would you like to see a chart or just a simple table or a pivot grid? You can pick up any one of these display options. These are the prompts that we saw. You can pick and choose the fields you want to see. You may not always want to see all the fields, so you just choose one of these fields. And it has the same view of that same pivot grid, but now it is going to be in context of the page. So I'm no longer dealing with prompts, but what I'm doing is, depending on the context of the page, these analytics are going to bring up the same data. So save this My Analytics, and it has created this report. They publish this and publish this to My Analytics and publish this to the tile repository, so that once you have created this My Analytics, it is available for others to use. So I say done. As the RIP has been shared with other users, is now available in the Analytics folder of tile repository. I save, out, and close. So now I come back to this page. I come back to this icon which shows that simplified analytics have been enabled. Click on this. You see this is bike. Let's just go back. This was for bike shop. I have bike shop, and this is the data. I say what is analytics for this, and it brings up, without even choosing the prompts, it will show exactly what are the analytics for bike shop. For example, now if I change the view, I look at the supplier watch list information for campus warehouse. I click on this, and it will give me the analytics for campus warehouse. So each time you are looking at contextual reports and not reports that are based on prompts necessarily. I go back to the home page and go to personalize, and let's continue my home page, and I say add tiles. The report that I had created was published in the demo training 09. So now it was published under the analytics folder of your tile repository. So I select this and I put it here, and I say save. Click click on this, pick up the default values, which is shop and US001. You can just change the data that you wish to see from here. So this is about simplified analytics. I hope you understood the significance of simplified analytics and how you can build in-context reports and get a part of your fluid page. It makes the whole experience richer because now you're looking at data and you're also looking at the analytics of that data. This is a demo, and we are towards the end of our session 1. The last part is the test your skills. Hopefully, by the end of this session, you will be getting a link to our sandbox instance where you will be able to try out all these things. And what would be really beneficial is if you could go through the documentation that we would be seeing by the end of day today and learn how to create a new home page, how you insert an existing tile on the new home page, how can you copy or move the tile, how can you insert a classic page as a tile on the home page, and how can you use the tile wizard to create a tile for a pivot and to tile to the home page and identify that tile in the structure contained. So this would be like a good exercise to help recap all that we saw today, all that we demoed today as a part of the session 1. Post your questions in the chat window. We will have our session 2 lined up soon, and session 2 is all about getting into the application designer and looking at how do you design pages, look at over the basic fluid constructs and all design elements. We await your questions. Do on the chat window on top.
or good morning to you. I'm Amta, and I'm going to be presenting the session 2 of the Fluid 101 UI training. I'm going to be covering PeopleSoft development, pages, styles, components, and people code. Part of the training, I'm going to be switching between my slide deck and my demos, for which I'll be accessing Application Designer and also the Fluid front-end application pages and components. Without further delay, I'm going to start this session. The training agenda for this session is laid out in front of you. I'm going to begin by talking about fluid design, the design concepts which were discussed earlier at the beginning of today's training. I'm going to restate some of those points because they matter a lot and they are an important consideration before you even start working on fluid. Followed by that, I'm going to talk about pages and styles, which are like the basic building blocks or fluid development, followed by components and people code. All of these 4 elements are distributed by me in a way that can cover most of the aspects of fluid training as the development side goes. Within these, there are multiple subtopics I'm going to touch upon, such as the style sheets, which was brought up by one of our attendees, and also some part of other aspects which fall under these 4 major categories. And I'm going to conclude the session with an open Q&A where you are free to pose your questions and be able to answer accordingly. I have a set of few questions for you to test yourselves on whether you have grasped at the session, and that way we cover the training for part 2 of the session. To briefly highlight the outcomes of the training. So at the end of the day, you would be able to understand the development building blocks. This is essentially the roadmap of the next couple of hours. We are going to talk about fluid development, start talking about the building blocks of development and what are the elements, what are the key concepts you need to know, the terminologies you need to be aware of, followed by some design concepts. You'll also be able to understand and use the fluid page controls on the page. You would understand and learn about the styles and style sheets that we keep talking about when we talk of fluid. You would be able to apply basic styles to some fluid objects or some PeopleSoft objects that are usually found on the UI. You have to understand and develop some basic fluid pages, associate them or attach them to components, and we look at what are the different types of components in fluid. Also, I'd be touching on search aspect as well. What components? You'll be able to use some basic people code constructs which are specific to fluid. I do know that it's a very vast topic, and we have come up with some basic 101 topics or descriptions of each of these elements that I'm going to touch upon. And of course, you'd be at the end of the day, you'd love to explore more of fluid development after you attend the session, hopefully. So let's get started. What and why of fluid is something which we keep repeating, but I'm going to start with that because it's very important. From the development perspective, how the classic PeopleSoft pages are different from the fluid PeopleSoft pages and components is in the sense that when it comes to that are displayed on the screen on these devices, it's adaptive and responsive. So earlier, when you used to open AppD and build pages, it was built a way that would replicate the pages look on actual application screens, right? So we're exact pixel perfect as in you see the time entry grid or all the data input boxes there. So I would build them the exact way I would want them to appear on the application screen. But when you talk about Fluid, things are very different. When you build them on Application Designer, when you build pages or when you create or clone pages, you're not going to talk about pixel perfect placement of those objects on the page, okay? So you want to talk about different containers, different page controls, which I'm going to talk about as the time goes by. What you see on the screen is something which you wouldn't see in the classic. For a difference that you see right now, for example, I have a screenshot of a page on the laptop and on a mobile. So on the laptop, you see that the controls and the page objects are spread out, and they cover the screen in a very even manner. As if you see the same screen on a mobile page, you see there are some controls on the header tab right here, which are not present in the mobile screen as opposed to the laptop screen. Okay, there are some buttons. The whole grid is shrunk based on the screen. For example, the lab has a wider screen, whereas the mobile has a narrower screen and so all the objects that you see here are going to adjust themselves to best suit the display size of the device that you're working on, right? So it's a very important change with respect to from classic to Fluid, and it's as interesting to actually build these pages and these page elements as you actually find them on the screen. So move on, I'd like to talk about what are the skill requisites which are required to actually start developing Fluid pages and components. Of course, you have the basic knowledge. So most of us work with PeopleSoft. So we work with Application Designer, PeopleCode, Portal Technology, PIA. So you're familiar with all these terms. But in addition to these aspects of PeopleSoft development, we have a few other skill sets required to develop Fluid efficiently, and three of the key additional skill sets are HTML5, CS3, and JavaScript. These technologies enable you to get the screen that you see, to enable different functionalities on the pages, and the page renders is so responsive and adaptive. So all of this is possible through these technology, this HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript. And knowledge of these will be very useful or will drive you to work more on Fluid development. Important implementation considerations before you start developing on Fluid. I listed out 5 of those. I'm going to go through one by one. Choose to deploy is when PeopleSoft has delivered some features in Fluid, which they think are candidates for becoming Fluid pages, okay, of replacing the classic pages or rather having a different UI. So people delivers those options, and we have the capability of choosing what we want to deploy on Fluid. Okay, it's not necessary that you convert all pages to Fluid, and it's only based on certain criteria, the rest of the 4, that you actually decide whether you want to build a page on Fluid at all. So analyze the page elements. That's my second point right here. Is based on the page elements, whether do I have very complex data input elements like complex grids and scrolls, which of course are possible to build in Fluid, but it depends on the complexity or the number of data elements that help us decide whether we want to adjust a classic page to make it to Fluid, or do we build a brand new Fluid page itself to build all those, to incorporate all those page elements that we've analyzed. Preferences is something that was mentioned at the beginning of this training session as well, and I would like to highlight that if you find that in our workforce there are more and more people using mobile devices, tablets, or desktops, we would definitely want, and depending on the application that they use often, we want to move those sort of pages and components to Fluid to enable them to access them and use them in an efficient manner. And similarly, the usage of application as well. So when we have heavy data entry, for example, job page in SCM, a lot of data entry in that. We have a lot of page tabs. We have a lot of complex business logic behind it. So we do not want to get all of those things converted to Fluid, but rather stick to simple self-service pages that we often see in the delivered application Fluid rendering. And we want to work with only those simple pages and more user-friendly and the use pages to be converted to Fluid. And of course, the functionality, do we want this function ABC to be supported by Fluid currently at all? So if we don't want to, we do not want to think of converting them to Fluid. So these are important implementation considerations before digging into converting a Fluid page and component or building a new one. Begin with the building blocks of PeopleSoft development. Now that you decide to actually go ahead and implement or build a Fluid page or component, what are the things that you are actually going to keep talking about, keep referring to, or keep designing or changing in the PeopleSoft application designer, for example? The building blocks are containers. So we talk a lot about containers more than, say, edit boxes or check boxes. So we have containers. We have all the page controls that we use on PeopleSoft pages defined within containers, okay? And within containers, there are different controls. So controls are what we typically use as page elements. Those could be grids, scrolls, edit boxes, HTML areas, check boxes, or radio buttons, charts. So those are all the typical page elements that we find on PeopleSoft. They are controls. So we put all those controls within containers, okay, and with the containers instead of the page elements themselves, unless otherwise required. So when we talk of controls like grids and edit boxes, there are some elements associated to them, okay? We have things like their label, the structure. So we want those elements, and we combine all of this within containers and work on containers. So when we say containers, we're going to apply what is called as style sheets and styles on containers instead of directly on the controls. I'm going to touch upon all of these elements in detail in this. This was just a brief overview of the terminology we're going to come across very often and which we need to get familiar with when we do Fluid development. Design flow as to what we actually do and where we are actually focusing on when we do a Fluid design. So typical design, a flow chart or probably a flow might look like this. Design an application, you create some fields, records, you build them, put them into pages, assign them to components, register them, and then see them on the UI. So when you talk about Fluid, most of these things are like how you do in Classic. So be it creation of records, fields, those not change. But changes is creation of pages and components. So that's when you involve CSS, JavaScript, HTML5. So all of these things are pertaining to creation of Fluid pages and components. And this is the area where we're going to focus on because that's what determines most of the Fluid development for the whole activity, right? So, and what you do once you work on all these Fluid page and components is you're able to test them additionally on tablets and mobile devices as well, because we have the freedom to change or make some controls appear in a certain way based on the device types. We're going to see all of that and coming a few hours, and let's begin. So the first is Fluid pages overview. There are steps to work with Fluid pages. So of course, multiple of them, but the three main things that you do when you talk Fluid pages. convert them. So we have talked a lot about conversion of fluid pages from classic to fluid, and we already know that there is no standard process for doing that. There is no tool that helps you input a classic page and output a fluid page. But there are means to, if you do decide to go with that, there are means to actually do step-by-step. There are some ways in which you can convert those individual elements on the page, for example, to be able to appear on a fluid page as efficiently as in a classic page. So we start with creating a brand new fluid page or converting an existing standard fluid page to a fluid page. That when we, especially when we talk of creating a new fluid page, we give layouts. Okay, so we start by assigning a page layout or choosing a predefined or delivered page layout, and building further on that by adding controls and containers and stuff. But what talk of when we talk of building a fluid page is starting with a delivered page layout. It helps a lot because it has delivered structures like a two-panel structure or a single panel structure or some structure with a header or a footer or without those. So our main layout of how the page appears on the screen delivered by PeopleSoft some standard layouts, and we go ahead and choose them and build further on them by adding our own custom page elements or we customize them further. At the end, what we do is we set some fluid properties page. So the page is no more classic page, so it has an additional tab called fluid, and that's a place where we actually set the fluid properties of the page to actually signify, which actually signifies that it's a fluid page and not classic. 3 basic steps. So this is a brief of what the first step looks like. So I'm going to either create a page, a fluid page, or choose a delivered page, or open a delivered or customized classic page and convert it into fluid. So this is the simple navigation of where actually open it. It's the same as in the classic. So I'm going to do this in the demo. So this is just for the niche purpose that I highlighted it on the slide. So what I'm going to highlight is the point B right here, where we say define layout and page control. So that's something which we do in both points. In fact, that's the key highlight of point number 2, which is adjusting page layout. So we use delivered layouts like apps content, 2-panel. I know what all these mean initially. Apply styles and the page objects within those. So that's the development part of fluid building. And to define the page properties as such, once we have all the contents within the page in place, we do the properties of the fluid page itself. So what you see on the screen are 2 tabs that I've highlighted. On the left is the Use tab, which shows us that the page type that we can select using the drop down right there. And what you also see is the style area. You define the page style sheet and the page background, and you see a checkbox right there, right at the bottom, which says fluid page. So that is something that enables the page to become fluid. And so associate freeform style sheet. So when you open a fluid page, it comes with a deliver freeform style sheet. We are free to override that. Right side, we see the fluid tab. So that's where I'm going to focus on a little later. But that's an additional tab to, for example, if you open a classic page, a pixel perfect page, and you convert it into fluid, you come to you and check the fluid page, and you come to fluid tab and make additional changes on the way the page appears on the screen. And all the changes you make would reflect on the UI. So those are 3 steps in brief. Move on to the page types. Now that we know as an outset that there are 3 steps to work with pages, I'm going to start with what are the page types. Okay, there are different types of pages in Fluid. So snapshot of what those types of pages are and what they are most commonly used for. So you see something called as a header page. So page displayed in the header of the HTML action as the back area fixed at the top of every page. So this page does not scroll. Okay, so when you do a page scrolls, the header remains static. So you would have seen that in most of the delivered pages, for example, or any transaction page where the header remains static and a page scroll you perform happens only within the body area. So the header page is where the most of the navigation elements reside. Like if you want to go to the home page, if you want to go back to a previous page, so the back button, for example, lies on the header page. And if you want to view the actions button and all the buttons that we saw on the header page in the morning session, they are all a part of the header page, and it's a separate page type, so which you can define and attach to a component. So when I talk of, say, the application content page at the center, that is a different page that is different from the header page. So we have two pages defined if you want the UI to show a header and a content page. So those are two pages that you need to register in the component. The above page are the page tabs, for example. So if you want to have multiple pages displayed within a component, you can add page tabs. On the left side is an important page, which is the side page, and that's mostly used for helping the users list out the navigation, for example, on the right. So if you, for those of you who are already familiar with master detail pages, on the left you see a side page which lists out different components or different navigations. And on the right, so when you click on one of those, it goes to the page on the right, and it displays up that page on the main body of the screen. So that's the side page on the left, side page 1, which has all the navigation elements pertaining to that component on the left. On the side, you have the side page 2, which has related content defined within it. So in many delivered pages, you would have noticed that there is a particular transaction that takes place at the center of the page. You have some related actions on the right side. So without you having to go to a separate page or go to a different navigation, you have some related actions like approving a transaction, for example, or viewing a list of resources for a particular employee under him, so viewing the reporters, for example. So all that related information can be displayed on the side page. So when you go to App Designer and define a page as a side page, that is what you're going to fill the page with. That is the related content information. Okay. Similar to the header page, there is a footer page as well. So that comes right at the bottom of the main screen. That elements like save, for example. So if you have a save button, or if you have an apply button, OK button, cancel button. So you have all of these actions, or say some content which is static across a series of pages can be defined in a footer, and they can go ahead and view those buttons right at the end of the page without even if you switch between pages. Okay, so those are the different types of pages. I think it'll be very clear to you when we actually go to App Designer and view all those pages. To that, there's something called as a search page, and I'm going to come to that later. Now, on the left, so on this page, you had seen that I had highlighted the part called as a layout. So we talked about the step 2 of creation of pages, where I mentioned layouts. So what layout actually has is a set of controls or containers on the page. So that's a fixed layout. So that I expect certain controls to reside within certain containers, and they need to be placed. They need to display on the page in a certain way. So we find layouts using group boxes, that is containers, and style sheets. Okay. So the elements of the layout. Some common control concepts. Okay, we know what page comprises are, what are the different page types, and we keep talking about controls. So what's the concept behind it? So for me to understand that, let me go to the front end of the demonstration. So let me navigate to a certain fluid page, say travel or Let me further into a transaction page that looks like this. And if I actually go to see the page content is, right? So we go and inspect the element there. What we like probably for business users, they might not want to look at it, but to understand the concept of controls, what I want to highlight is all of these things that you see on the page right here. Those are edit boxes, drop downs, data input fields, buttons, and this is essentially the data I was talking about earlier. So all these when all of these elements are loaded on the page, they actually come with they combined with some classes applied onto them. Okay, so when we talk of page controls, we say it's a box, and each page control has two components to it. One is the label, and one is the control. So any piece of any object on the screen has a label and control associated to it. Every time the page is loaded, and class, a predefined class comes associated to that particular component, and system considers the control and label pairing as a single unit. It presents them within a single container in the AML. Okay, so this is the control type, which is like a PS box. Okay, and then it has a control and label associated to it. And what we see here is probably for the comments box. This is an idea of how do you actually map all of these concepts in the actual system when it actually loads, right? So what we learned here is a control has two items associated to it, a control and a label, okay, in its definition, I mean. What are we essentially working on are all of these controls, okay? The controls are boxes, images, frames. So we might have called them elements. It's the same thing, but when it comes to Fluid, we call them controls. Okay. So all of these are different controls that are typical to PeopleSoft, and what we are working on is their look and feel, and where we are actually going and making changes to it or adding our own customizations to it is here in the control properties of the Fluid tab. So if you have an element like an edit box, if you go to page field properties of those elements, you get this screen right here. And if you go to the Fluid tab, you actually have different options right there for you to go add your changes to how the control will appear on the screen, right? So if you make changes here, it's going to change the way it looks on the screen. Okay. I'm going to in the live demo. I'm going to focus further down on page controls. The screen right now are some delivered controls. Okay, we saw all of this ago. We have a banner. Okay, this is a banner, and have some buttons on it. We have back button. We have some icons, some action buttons, and we have the page title. So we are free to change all of these things at the banner level or at the individual object level. For example, I can go ahead and make change to what the page title should be. I can go and make change to what the button label should be, for example. The different controls or buttons, icons that you see, and we're going to talk about that later. A button is similar to classic button. The only thing is in Fluid, we have additional capability to change their size, to change the color of it, to make them primary or secondary, or make them directional buttons, for example. Okay, so we have complete flexibility to change the look and feel of how a button should appear depending on how important it is on the page. So now what you see is a done button which is in green color. So it identifies that it's a primary button. The delete and other buttons are secondary buttons, or probably they are disabled for that matter. So you have different ways of the types of buttons, and all its appearance can be changed by changing the control styles on it. So we apply different styles, or we append our own styles to delivered styles for these buttons and make them appear differently on the page. Group boxes. So what you see on the screen is a snapshot of how you identify group boxes on a page like that. So you have tabs, for example. They are group boxes, in fact. So if you actually open this page and want to map this to an element on the app designer, it'd be a group box. Okay, so it looks like a page title right here, but we have the capability to actually define how this looks right here when we in the group box properties. So what we can do with group boxes are we can set the size for it, we can set a title for it, we can make them collapsible, like you see on the left. Currently it's explicit, but we have the capability to make it collapsible, and we also have the capability to include nested group boxes, in fact, a group box within a group box. And also there are different types of group boxes. It's not just one group box. You have a container group box, you have an accordion group box. And see all of that in the live demo. Like what are the different types of group boxes in Fluid? That essentially means that it's a lot more flexible. You have a lot more opportunity to use different kinds of page elements and of course, to change the look and feel of how they look on the page based on the device type, based on the browser in which they open, the size of the device, and so on and so forth. Grids. So grids is something which is very common in PeopleSoft. We have a lot of grids. We work with a lot of grids. And we know that grids are capable of having a lot of buttons around them. Like we have add button, delete button. There is a small number on the top right that shows, what row it is, or choose a row, or find some content on the grid, things like that. So the grid has many elements to it. So Fluid Grid, there are typically two types of, or rather 4 types of grids. There is a simple grid, okay, that does not contain much, a lot of data, like a very simple grid you see on the top. And what you see on the bottom is a slightly more complex grid, okay, where you combine 2 columns into one, okay, and make it make the content appear. Appears here. So, for example, if you see period begin and period end, see that at the begin and end date both are within the same column, but they are actually different columns in the record. So you can do things like this. You can, in fact, a good question would be, why is this important? So if you have a device which is device, for example, it doesn't have a lot of wide space to accommodate all of these 5 fields. So you have the capability of combining these 2 columns into one column and fit to the screen width, for example. So it's very interesting, and it's very easy to build these things in application design. So I have things like, so what I was referring to here is actually a stacked grid. A stacked grid is where you combine multiple columns within one, columns in a record within one column in a grid. Okay, so and there are different grid constructs, okay, which would obviously come in the advanced topics, but this is what we're going to cover today. Icons. Okay, so what are icons? We find different icons at different levels of a page, delivered on the screen. For example, we have icons on navbar. We have icons within grids. We have icons on buttons. Okay, so an icon is just not an icon. It has different varieties of it, and there are different ways of actually working with these when you develop Fluid using Designer. The categories of icons are actionable or visual. Actionable is when you actually click on an icon, it actually performs certain action, like you see in the counting detail. So when you click on it, you're going to see the counting detail. There are some visual icons, for example, just a picture on the right, which indicates some aspect of that element, which is just for information purpose. So those are visual icons. So for example, if you see right below the header, which sending approvals report time, I have indicated with numbers as to what the messages are. So you see that the page is exactly the same, or it's just switching between a couple of pages, but the same message box can contain different messages. It's not a pop-up message. It's something which comes when the page loads. Okay, so we have a control called messages, where we are able to actually change the content of what appears below the header for a particular transaction on the page. Some few examples you see on the screen are intuitive. You have approved the request, you have submitted the request. So it's almost like taking you through a certain set of transactions in a logical order, and it gives you what has happened at that point of time for that particular transaction on the screen in form of a message. Okay, so we have the ability to work with messages as well. You have confirmation messages, error messages, warning messages, and you can have all of those displayed on the screen this way. There are other elements, in fact, and I would like to highlight, at least name a few, because we might not be aware of most of what exists in Fluid, really, apart from Classic. We have what is called as a button bar, the first one, which has display or manipulate logically grouped sets of data on a page. Okay, we have something called as a grouped bar, which we use when the button sections apply to the page as a whole, and not just to one element of a page. And it's expected that the buttons will be used frequently. Okay, so we have something called as a slider switch. So this is very interesting. So we used to have what is called as a checkbox you see on top, number 4. But now what we can do is have those slider switches, which indicate, which we use to select one or two values. And the key difference between a slider switch and a checkbox is that we use slider switches when you want any action to take place, when you want a change to take place immediately. The changes that you make here are effective immediately. Whereas a checkbox, it does the same action, but it allows you to select either a yes or a no, but you can perform a lot of other actions as well before you actually save the transaction. So for the checkbox to be effective, you can have a lot of intermediate transactions between the checkbox being selected and it being effective. So that's like a key tip right there. So you can go ahead and use switches, which look very interesting on many pages, as you would have seen already. Page tabs. What you see on number 5 here is a page tab. So you might say it's a side pane which lists out certain options for you, but those are in fact page tabs. And in Fluid, you have, instead of having page tabs in a horizontal way, one after the other, if you have a screen which is a narrow screen, okay, which is whose orientation is, say, portrait, you have the tabs listed up vertically like that. So that's something Fluid offers to you, which wouldn't be. And if you were to open a corresponding page in Classic, it would take a long while before you scroll sideways to actually see that tab right there. So it comes in very handy in small devices. Is something which you can define in Fluid that's used to switch between multiple pages within a component. Which are switch between components. But I was talking about range. Range actual is to show a horizontal bar and add custom styling to where a specific value lies within a range. So you do a range, and you can apply styles to actually define where your target value lies in that particular range. So you have this control in Fluid for you to incorporate on the page. And if you have file attachment, similar to Classic. We went through the controls in detail. I do assume that most of you would have heard a few or most of those elements of page controls, but I thought it is important because we're going to deal with all that when you actually build Fluid pages. And you should understand the properties and the limitations of those elements before you actually work on them. So I thought it was important to learn about those and a few of them are new as well and fluid specific. So we know that we are going to move on to style sheets and style classes. Talking about style sheets. So most of us are very curious about what all the style sheets and styles are all about. Okay, so we never dealt with, we did deal with it in the prior Microsoft Classic version, but when it comes to Fluid, okay, we apply new styles to different objects. Okay, and before that, we want to learn about what those styles are, where are they placed in style sheet, and what these terms actually mean. So what are style sheets? So these are the definitions that store the margin, spacing, fonts, border, and the all look and feel aspects or elements of a page. Actually store all of these values. Okay, so what you see is a snapshot of a PeoplesSoft delivered style sheet. Yes, style def FF. Okay, when you open it in App Designer, you will see that it's a fixed form style sheet. And you see two tabs right there. So those are the types of style sheets. It's a fixed form or a free form. So open a style sheet. Within that, you see style classes. So it's a stage definition which stores style classes, which groups together style classes with style sheets. And there are different types of style sheets: the standard, sub, and free form. On the free form style sheet, because that's what mostly Fluid uses. Okay, so the free form style sheets are text-based sub-style sheets that enable you to take advantage of the CSS features. Okay, the CSS and AJAX features. Standard style sheets are primary organizers for working with style sheets and style classes. Okay, and it's really stored style definitions or style classes. So we're going to focus on is free form style sheet. Looks like this, which is very cryptic, but it does contain the same information like the margins and the color, etc. In format. Touching on what are the delivered style sheets, right? We saw one right just a little while ago. I want to focus on the first two. The first one is the general style sheet for Fluid applications. Okay, included in every page, contain majority of Fluid style classes. So that's like the delivered style sheet, and the PT-NUI navbar CSS is the second one, which contains styling used for the navbar. So these are some standard style sheets which are applied across pages, and we do not want to go and change them. What we do is create a copy of them and work on it, but we never go and actually edit these. Okay, any change made to these is going to reflect throughout the application or throughout the Fluid application. And there's some other delivered style sheets which is very good to know and learn from, which can open and study as to how they actually work, and so that we can build our own style sheets based on this. A slight note about overriding of style sheets. Okay, we do not override delivered system-wide style sheets at any cost. The reading, it obviously impacts a lot of pretty much the whole system. It impacts everything that you see on Fluid, and you're not going to override it. We have an option of overriding right there, a checkbox, but we do it very with great care. We do not do it. We can override, say, page style sheets, and we can override the background style or the field styles. Okay, at the page level or the field level. But it's recommended you don't use it, but instead use skinning. So skin is a new terminology which refers to the colors or changing of the colors, themes, or branding of a particular that's associated to a particular page. So all we change is only the color, theme, and branding, but no other changes are made to what the containers actually contain or where they are placed on a page. Okay, so we generally use skinning instead of overriding system-wide style sheets. So it's the width of the content, the min or max width of the content. This is a little bit technical, but it's important because we do not set it for any delivered style classes. So we might want to one day go and change the min-max width or max width of a content. We never do that for a delivered style class. What we do is we define our own class within the delivered class and work on that. So if I were to map this to the app designer, I would say that I'm not going to work on the outermost container. So any delivered PeopleSoft Fluid page comes with a delivered container, which is a group box. I'm not going to work on that. I'm going to create my own group boxes or containers within the outer container, and I'm going to change styles on only my container. Okay, so that's what it means. So what you write here is the same thing, but it's more technical. But that's what we mean. We do not work with delivered style classes. Style classes, what are they? So style class, it determines the visual properties of the page controls, okay, by controlling a broad range of characteristics like font size, spacing, alignment. So these things might seem very simple or very, but they're very important because alignment, spacing, and width are very essential when you talk of devices of various sizes, okay? So you have a large screen device, you have a small screen device. So when I large screen and small screen, I'm talking about the form factor. Okay, large device form factor versus small device form factors. Same page that there is one page that you're working on and you're defining all of these properties of that page. But when you open it in a device which is of a different size, that is, which is of a different form factor, it's not going to look the same. So these properties such as spacing, alignment, all of these matter, and all of these are something that we have control over using style classes, and we can override them for different form factors. Say I define my style for a large form factor device, I can go and override it saying I want the spacing to reduce when I'm using a small form factor device. I have all that capability, and in technical terms, all the definitions are what is part of a style class. Okay, so we have two types of style classes again, default and custom, and we work with custom style classes. Again, as I said, I want to reinforce that we don't work with default style classes. We work on custom, or we append our custom styles to default. So actually, if you open App Designer, you'll see a style class definition like this. Okay, you see when you open a class, okay, you see that there are different aspects of what you can change here. You can change the font, the spacing, alignment, and within that, a lot of other things. So this basically tells you how control looks on the page. Okay, everything about the control, look, and feel is defined right here. The lot of styles and style sheets is styling in Fluid. Now, I brought this screen way back when I started talking about styles. I'm going to repeat that here because we apply styles on the containers and not on the controls, preferably. Okay? So that's some point which we have to always keep in mind, that we define containers and apply styles on the containers instead of the controls within them. Technically, you can apply controls, you can apply styles on the controls, but it's a best practice to make changes to the container that actually holds the controls. Okay. Note and apply styles. So the layout of all the page elements in a Fluid application is controlled by free-form style sheets, like I mentioned earlier. So I just want to recap that. And using CSS3 standards, and this is one of the most critical differences to consider when you compare classic PIA to Fluid applications, right? And you have the CSS styles in Fluid, like the CSS default styles for navbar, home pages, styles, and banners, and for application content styles, okay, for the different contents that you deploy in Fluid mode. Now, you add styles to different page controls. We keep talking about it, but how do we actually do it is what you see on the screen. So you see some sort of code or some sort of syntax which is used to define or append your style onto delivered styles associated to the control. This is a group box property essentially, and if you go to the Fluid tab, you see that there's a default style name. Right? That is the place where you actually define what the margin is going to be, or where is it going to align on the page when the page loads, for example, and things like that. So that's where you add the styles, and of course, the other parameters which I'll show you in the demo. The parameters on this Fluid tab really. I would. Is a quick note on the JavaScript. Okay. And there are delivered and custom JavaScripts, of course. JavaScript controls a range of page behavior, like scrolling of group boxes, transfer animation, file attachment, search page and nav bar, sidebars. So it controls a range of behavior, okay, and how the behavior is actually taking place on the screen. So like a delivered JavaScript. So if I have to look for JavaScript, I'm open appd and I'm going to say look for. Here's the thing I'd like to show. So this is a delivered JavaScript. It covers pretty much everything. It covers every aspect of a page behavior here. Use delivered or work on use this as a basis for working on JavaScript. But when you talk about building custom, it's not advised to do that very frequently. There are some constraints as to why you shouldn't use custom JavaScript as much as possible, okay? For example, we avoid using them on a control. If there is any JavaScript error on the app on load, the page will also encounter problems loading. Okay, we not use JavaScript to change the structure of a document, for example. So there are a lot of places which might have impact, and we generally avoid using custom JavaScript. As a quote on JavaScript, but considering this is a 101 session, I'm going to move on to how to create a Fluid page. Okay, so these are some few slides, and I'm going to go directly to App D. Click on File, New Page, Fluid. I choose a layout. So this was the step 2 we were talking about earlier, and I give a name to it. There's a naming convention to follow. Insert a group box. So this is what I'm talking about when I say container. A container is a group box. That's something which we all learn when we learn Fluid. And we work with containers and not on the elements within them. And I right-click on the group box properties, which is the page view properties, and I set some information on the label. And in the Fluid component, I give the type of group box that we were discussing earlier. And this is again the same screen I showed earlier to apply different styles, okay, and to work on getting that element show up in a certain way on the page. So, and within the group box, which is a GB grid right here, I can place anything, any other page control like edit boxes or buttons or check boxes. So that covers Fluid pages, and I'm going to conclude Fluid pages with a demo of actually creating one. So I'm going to create, I hope you can see my screen. So a page and a page Fluid. So I'm going to create a page Fluid and say, okay, it asks me to choose the type of page I want to create, okay? So it's a layout page. I choose the layout page. That's my step 2. And I say, for now, I want apps content, right? Or 2. When I say 2 by 2, but I'm not going to do that, okay? But let me, it's just an example of what a page layout what's 2 by 2. I'm going to choose a simpler one. And I change this to Fluid as well, okay? let me apps content as a default layout. I'm going to choose, and I say choose. It will save the page. So this is going to be my page and FL. So FL makes things simpler to identify fluid pages. I'm going to say okay. Yes, but doesn't have any people codes. That's okay. So what you see right here is a container. Do you see a container? The outermost container, and I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to create further containers within it in order to work with this page, right? So what you do is say choose a delivered record, not delivered, maybe a work record which I have built. Okay. So this record I have built. Insert that. And what to do is, from here, I have a few buttons. So I'm going to not directly place a button here, but instead going to create a container with a group box. Okay? And I'm going to place my button within that group box. And this is the control. And when I go to the control properties, I find that it belongs, it's associated to button, where I can define a style for this control. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say I want the text to be, and I'm going to say page list button. And this is the tab I'm talking about. So when I say freeform style, here is where I find what the button look and feel is. So currently it's going to be a simple button, but I have the capability to change the size of it, change the color of it, make primary, secondary, disabled, anything to do with it, by a few lines here. So now I want to highlight what form factor override is. So when you have a device of a smaller form factor, I want to change certain property of the button. I'm able to do that by entering some values here. So I set a property. I override it for a smaller screen. Okay, that's how I do it. And I can override with a different set of value for medium size screen. So I have capability to override certain properties of controls. This holds true for all controls on the form factor of the device. I can even suppress certain apply based on the form factor, small, medium, large, or extra large. I have the option of choosing whether the control structure is basic or advanced, and whether the label rendering is before or after the control. Okay, so I choose to do anything. I say OK, and I save the page. Save project. Okay, I created a simple page, and I created a container and placed the control in the container. So that was a demo of creating a page. Now I'm going to delve further. And when I talk of components, I'm going to make sure that I get it on the screen. So for now, I'm going to proceed to part 2.
Hi, Madhu, this is Tanvi here.
Yeah.
Before we jump into components, just let me know if you need a break of 10 minutes for everyone to just absorb what happened. Or at any logical point, you can take a break of 10 minutes and we can resume.
Sure, Tanvi, this is a good point to take a break, because part 2 and 3 together is as long as part 1. So good to go.
Okay, thanks. So it's 1:30 p.m. PST. Let's resume at 1:40, and we can start off with the second part.
Thank you.
12:40, and it's time to get back into the second part of the session. Madhu, let's get started.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thanks for being there for this training. Actually, it's been a long day, and it's one more hour of doing some important aspects of the remaining part of development. We're going to go on to Q&A. Thank you all. This is part 2 of fluid development training session, which is fluid components. Everyone's joined and they can see my screen, and I'm going to zoom from here. You create fluid components. So before talking about creation of fluid components, I just want to mention that fluid components, creation of them, or talking about some key features of components with respect to fluid, right? So it's same as classic really, but it again has an additional fluid tab which makes it fluid, okay? And we're going to learn about what are those components and what are all those parameters that we mentioned, the checkboxes that are enabled to make the fluid, the component fluid, okay? How to create a fluid component? It's just like a classic component. It doesn't have some option like page fluid where it said fluid in the bucket is just component. You pages into the component. This is just like classic, and then you save the component with the appropriate naming convention for fluid, which is _FL, and this is just like classic. But you go to the Use tab where you enter the search record, and again, just like classic. Come to the properties of the components. So you have a couple of tabs, which are the internet and the fluid tabs, which have some elements that determine how the fluid component is going to behave, okay? So here on the search page on the top, here you see the search page, right? Box that enables different aspects of the search page. So the primary action that you define is search or keyword search. So I'm going to dwell on search in peoples of component. That's an important aspect of fluid components. But you have the option of setting either a real-time search or a keyword search for a fluid component. Okay. Up on the tab on this box right here, you have display folder tabs, and that's some checkbox which is the fluid specific. It determines how the tabs are displayed on the top. Code entry checkbox is another one element of this tab, internet tab, which influences the property of a fluid component. The more important tab where you actually specify that a component is fluid component is the fluid tab. So here you have the component attributes, and here you say the fluid mode checkbox. This should be checked for the component to be fluid. And right, you see a component type. So there are 3 types of component. One is a standard, one is a master detail, and one is activity guides. Okay. Types of components. We typically choose the standard component for having pages, deployed on the standard component. We choose master detail pages and activity guides because they are slightly different from the standard components. Activity guides are essentially those components which aggregate procedures or activities that span across multiple components. Okay, so that is something which is very different in fluid, and because you have a certain set of actions that you perform across components, so you can, instead of defining a standard component, define an activity guide or a master detail to incorporate that feature of being able to access those different components in a much simpler way on your mobile or tablet device. Okay. So the properties we define, in addition to the standard pages that we have inserted in the component, we define side pages. So these are optional pages which enable you to get the side pan up on the peoples of component, and that's optional again. What you see right here is PT side page tabs is a delivered side page, which you can put in your component. So as I mentioned here, you might be able to connect the page type, like side page 1, which I mentioned right at the beginning when I spoke about the different page types. So as and when I work on different pages, I'm going to keep highlighting them so that it's easy to remember and use them efficiently. And register a fluid component, and it's exactly like how you register for a classic component. Search is something which I consider as and is an important part of fluid components because there are different options available for fluid component search. Okay, so let's see how search is different in classic compared to fluid. Okay, so in classic you do not have images in the results, for example, but in fluid you do. In classic you do not have related actions in component results, but in fluid you do. In classic, you do not have a chart view in the component results, but in fluid you do. And same goes with the list view for the component search results. So the search results, the way it's displayed, the way it's fetched from the system, a role to play in fluid component page load and the search page load, and it drives what happens in further pages within the component, and it's an important part. So, the search page, unlike the classic page, is not populated automatically. Okay, so the search here in fluid works very differently. You have types of searches. One is real time, one is the keyword search. Okay, search is based on a pivot grid. Okay, that builds a query against a component search record. So instead of having a search record directly, you actually have to build a pivot grid using a component as a data source. So most of you who attended the previous session did show you how to build a pivot grid, or otherwise those who have worked with reporting, and those of you who are aware of pivot grids, it's a reporting tool, and you can define the pivot grid as a component grid with the data source as a component to enable search, real-time search on a fluid page. Okay, so we use that when we define the search aspects of the component, the grid that is. Now the search defaults you can set for real-time search. So when you create a pivot grid, you can provide default search criteria using the pivot grid wizard. Also set the value using the search in people code for the search record to get a particular value. That gets a little too technical, but there's just an important mention there. Type of search is a keyword search. So that keyword search is based on a search index creating the SES or the search framework and mapped to a fluid component. So the keyword search is for those of you who are aware of SES, you might be aware of how that works. So it looks up for a particular index and goes through an index of word options and and fetches data based on the energy involved in SES. So that's the keyword search and the real-time search. Okay. Additional features that you can do based on the type of device that you're using to do component search. For example, so things like features like related actions, chart interaction in component search, or bulk related actions. All of these are possible in desktops and tablets, but they are not possible in phones. Okay, so there are some features which are possible in some types of device and not in phones, for example, and those can be further studied as part of the advanced course. Search pages, right? So do we have search pages just like we have in classic? Search pages displayed for classic are not displayed for fluid. That's what it is. And for each type of fluid search, component search or search framework-based search, People Tool delivers a default search page. The default search page definition must be the base for any custom or system search page, as they contain the basic framework and structures to be used as a reference. So what we typically do is open the delivered search page, which I can show you right away. here, search page. Okay, this is the delivered search page, and we create copies of it and work on it, and not on it directly, for us to be able to use search in Fluid. Okay, that's what it is. Let me do it real quick. When you open a Fluid page, you see something like this, and you cannot imagine how the page will appear on the front end. Again, a quick snapshot of what we refer to when we say containers. So these are all containers, all the rectangular boxes you see. So that was again a quick recap of containers. So my search that you just saw, it's a system-wide search page, and we're not going to edit it. I'm going to repeat that because it will impact the system, because it's system-wide, and we do not want to tamper with that. Okay, so let me go to my PPT. When we talk of real-time search, we talked about creating pivot grids, and there are some key points for creating pivot grids for real-time search. So if you open the pivot wizard, there are 6 steps, or 5 to 6 steps for you to define a pivot grid, and a few of those steps you actually mentioned some parameters which are enlisted here. As for example, you ensure that the data source type is set to component for you to be able to use it in real-time search. Default view set to chart only. The view is different for different types of search page that you're working with. For example, the master detail search page can have the result view as a grid and list or list. Whereas a standard search page, which cannot be accessed by like small form factor devices, can have the result view as a grid. So these are some things which you need to make sure when you're creating pivot grids for real-time search. And this can be covered as part of the advanced non-fluid components. Similarly, key points for setting keyword search as well. So similar, it's very similar to how it works in Classic. And steps are enlisted below. You create a query, you create a search definition associated to a fluid component, create a category, and deploy and build the search index. So it's the same, but I'm going to get into too much details. Followed by after we talk about component search, I want to talk about the component properties. Okay, this was something I highlighted earlier. For search specifically in the Internet tab, we said we choose the search option, right, for enabling search in a component. So you can define a component where the primary action is a new search or a keyword search. So based on what you set here in the primary action, you're going to enable search for that specific component. So on that note, I would also like to highlight that a given fluid component can incorporate both the keyword and the real-time search, and it defaults to this option right here, the search option, when you select both. Want to incorporate both. Okay, and similarly in the fluid tab, you source a search type. So we discussed the component earlier, but now we see the search type. So you can have it, as I mentioned, no search, or standard search, or a master detail search. Okay. Fluid components, and I'm going to elongate the demo because I'm going to actually put the page on the component and show it on the application. So just a while ago, I created a container and placed a control, which is the button control. Now I'm going to change the properties of the button. Just an example as to show how styles work with these buttons. So before that, I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to this page right here, my fluid page in the component. I'm going to change the component properties. Okay. So for this page, I do not need to look at search at all. Okay. So I'm just specifying a search record, and I'm going to focus on this tab right here. I'm going to check fluid mode I'm going to say, enable all of these options based on what I require. So when I say, for example, page navigation and history, I want to tell the component that I want to remember the history of page navigations that happen within the component. And a lot of these are intuitive. So if I check here, if I check this box, it will say, I do not want a system header. Okay. By default, it will take the system header, but if I check this and use my own header page, it's going to use my header page for this component. See, for the site page, do you want it to be displayed on a small form factor home page at all? Can be returned right here. So as my component type, standard, and search type as none. I do not want a search. I want to disable search for this component. And header toolbar action, I choose what action buttons do I want to be seen on the page, on the header right there. So if I log in again, I'm going to remind you of the header page I was talking about earlier, and this is the header page right here, and we 4 icons, right? The home icon, the notifications, the action, bigger button, and the navigator. So I want to define what my component should show right here. Do I want the back button? Do I want an add to button or notification button? So I define header toolbar actions right here. I can disable all of them in one shot. So there are different tabs and different parameters you can pass to define the component. So now I've okayed my changes. My fluid. Okay, and I'm going to go and save it. Say my fluid. So this indicates that my component is fluid. That I have saved my component, I'm going to go ahead and register it. So this is like repeat for most of you. I'm sure that you're aware of all this, but do this just to show so that this reflects on my application. So I choose a menu name, I choose a bar name. It should this component. Okay. Next. Say finish. So hopefully, and I flash. I go to and then I see my fluid component. That's it. It's as simple as that. When I see my component, I see the button I placed right here on the page. Now I'm going to move out of the component and stick to the page. And you see I have my group box somewhere in the middle of the page, as you see, and the button somewhere here. But when I see online, I see it right at the end on the left side. So this clearly shows that I need to define where my controls on the page are placed in dials, okay? And it's not the what you see is what you get concept here, and that's how we move away from classic, okay? So to begin with, I'm going to say, I'm not going to, so I have an option of changing which field properties of the control. It's not technically I'm allowed to do it, so I can go ahead and change my styles here itself. What I'm going to do is not here, but the group box, because this is my container, and as a best practice, I go ahead and change appearance of it. Okay, so I'm going to add a couple of styles just to demonstrate what is to add a style. Okay, so now I have a group. So I wanted to get back to the group box type eventually, but let me start by start from here on the top. So I'm going to add a default style name. So let me see what happens if I do that. Okay, so now let me make the group boxes layout, and I say okay. Okay. Okay, so now I have defined a style for this group box, and anything within the group box is going to be affected by the changes I have made. So I'm going to save it. I'm going to refresh. Okay, now if I go and make changes to make it right, okay, mine is right here at the end. So as simple as that. So imagine I have a wide screen like this and my button is at the end. If this is a classic page and I had put a button here, and if I shrunk the page, the button would I would need to scroll to view that button, scroll to the right to actually see this button. But now because it's fluid, this even if I change my direct ratio of my screen, okay, and this is best seen in a mobile device, for example, which would look something like this. Button is on the far right of the page, no matter how wide the page is. So that's the speciality of fluid, and this goes to show that very responsive, adaptive, and it's going to adjust to any form factor and of the device, and I have the capability of just a matter of applying styles, and I can I don't have to make changes. So as I mentioned, I made changes to the group box, so I'm going to add another text box, say a static text box for just to make things simple. I'm going to say hi, say any properties for this, okay, but let's see what happens to hi. See right as well. This goes to show that no matter where hi is, this within the group box, it's going to be right aligned because the group box has a style, that particular style applied to it. Okay. Now, one more thing to note is when I talk of the tab order is an important aspect when you define these styles. Styles are applied in a certain order. The styles are applied in the order in the order in which they are applied, and within a container, if I were to place the button, so the button is on top of, is on the lower tab order than my text. If I were to reverse that, in addition to that, apply a different style, it's going to give me what, okay? So just an example of one more style, I'm going to say, happens. What this means is now comes the importance of the group box type, right? So right now it was a layout only. You see it as only a container, an actual container of those two fields. But if I want the group box to be actually to have a border, for example, let me change the group box type. So that node, I can have different group box types. I give it as a page type, a search action, an accordion group box for that matter, okay? So I'm going to choose it as a container, and let's see what happens. That group box becomes a container, and it's actually showing the title of the group box as though it were a container. That goes to show that I can define the type of group box that it is, okay, and set the width of the group box to not cover the page, but say % of the page, okay? So now you see the group box is sized to 50%. So all I'm doing is styling, applying styles, and now I'll decide in the same order, okay? And when I say left, okay? happens, it doesn't change, because what it does, it places the alignment on the right, and even then, if I want to change to the left, it's not going to go and do that. So this is a small demonstration of how you apply styles. I have a page already. Okay, so one more example of working with a page level styling is a page control level styling. I mean, is when I define what the but should it be a primary button or a grayed out button? So let me make it a primary button. Okay. So and here is a primary button. Let's see what. Okay, I want to show you is a delivered page. Sorry, not a page, but it's something that I pre-built for today's training. That page to you, and about is to make button a primary button. Okay. If I were to say this page, and if I were to highlight different other styles that you can apply, I'm going to go ahead, open my component, and add this page as well. I'm going to use tabs already. Okay, and this was my other page. So this is the way I applied styles to make this button primary. I applied styles to give a border to the grid. I applied styles to get the grid appear this way with the ordering, the sort order in place. I also added a checkbox without making it into an actual checkbox. A toggle switch instead. So this was one control I was referring to earlier in the list of controls. So a quick demonstration of what that looks like is, say, remove this and put a box. And this is my site. Let me see what happens. Okay, that's stuff. So these in code. And a quick demonstration of how do I convert it into a toggle is just by making it advanced, so that it has the advanced control structure. And I say OK. Now I need to apply other styles in order to get this displayed correctly. It goes to show that how you can enhance the delivered page controls, the simple page controls from Classic, and we change the way they look in Fluid completely. So that was a short demonstration of the page controls, and there are various different styles you can refer to on delivered documents by Oracle. And let's do a quick check of what I really did. So let me make it. Oh, this is N. Okay, that was my bad. Let's becomes green. So that's supposed to make it primary. Okay. Anyway, there were some other styles that are overriding this one. So that goes to show how important the order of styling is when you talk of making changes to any specific page control. Okay. Styling is important. You change the styles here at the element level or at the group box level. Because you have overridden, so the styles that you apply to the element override the styles you apply to the group box. So, for example, there are styles associated to the outermost container, but because I'm defining my own container and any changes applied to this is going to override the outermost container style. So there is an order in which styles are applied, and those are to be kept in mind. That concludes a short demo of components and pages and some page controls and styles. I'm going to conclude this session with part 3, which is people code in Fluid. Okay. So this again is very vast, and there are a lot of people code constructs. I'm going to focus on some few key constructs on people code on a Fluid specific actions that can take place through people code. Okay, so this is very specific to Fluid. There are a certain page, there is a certain processing order that happens when people code is actually executed. So it goes from header to site to footer to main page. Okay, there are certain people code page type people code. These are people code. So one at the page level, there are people codes at component level, and a lot of other levels. So on the screen are just a couple of those. One is page visible, which you would have already encountered in Classic. One is something called a get page type. Okay, so this is something which results, the snapshot of the results are so and so. So if you want to get what the page type is, so you can just use the constant value as so and get it from a function. You can compare it with a certain type of page that you want to work on and write the code accordingly. There is component level people codes, and what you see on the snapshot are some key functions that are used, such as add style sheet, add JavaScript, add onload script. So all of these are very Fluid specific, and I'm going to show you a small example of how you can get, say, a browser device type, for example, form factor for that matter. So this function is used to get the form factor of the device. So based on the form factor, you can enable or disable or change the properties of the page controls on the page. Working with grids is altogether a very interesting topic. A lot of things are not possible when you talk of Fluid grids as compared to Classic, but there are a few people code constructs such as grid layout. They can define the type of layout that the grid has, which is a little different from Classic. Okay, so that can be determined or defined at the people code level. Of course, freeform style name. So they're going to really add the styles that I actually entered. So you can see the style here. So this is for defining the margin, the left margin. So instead of defining it at the freeform style control property level, I can do it at the people code as well. Working with meta HTML is a little advanced, but what you can see from the screen is that the form factor of the device that you're currently using some constructs, and there are various other people code constructs that are part of Fluid. Page type and that you see on the screen. Examples I had with me, but with the interest of time, I think I'm going to just run through them. So we have a construct which is Fluid mode. So I have listed these out so that you can go ahead and take a look at them yourselves or try to run them yourselves. We know what the construct is and what it does. So, for example, is Fluid mode is going to just tell you whether the page is on the Fluid mode at all, and it's going to drive your code accordingly, your logic accordingly. Getting the page title is something very Fluid specific. You have page titles on header. You can get that title and change it for different pages as you navigate to, because the header bar is constant. It doesn't change when you change pages. So what you can do is make the page title dynamic through people code when you're traversing between multiple pages. Of course, there are some constructs for getting the device type, the type, for example, it will return you whether it's Chrome or Firefox, or platform class for that matter. So for the platform, so it return it. The operating system is Windows or iOS, etc. So these are important because talking about working on PeopleSoft pages with different devices, and any aspect of people code or PeopleSoft development is going to involve all these devices. We need to take into consider the sizes of the devices and the aspect which are very belong to that particular device. So we need to make sure that we have all of those conditions in place so that this display is consistent no matter what the form factor of device is or what the device type is, right? So that's again the highlight of why these constructs are important. For attributes and the transfer panel are something to do with back button. So a note on back button is that it's just a button, and we need to actually go ahead and mention what the target page when you click on the back button. And the label of the back button also can be determined or set using people code. So for example, if you go to a page like this, it says back. It's still back. But you go home. This is my header. So imagine I go to self-service and I go for that matter. Okay, I go to travel auth. So your back button isn't back anymore. It's home page. And if I'm going to go here, it's going to say return to travel auth. So here the back button is dynamic, and this is unlike the classic where you see where it isn't as dynamic, and you can change various other properties of back button as well. And transfer the page transfer, and it's completely on us, and it doesn't know where to go to unless we specify the same through people code. Constructs to do with grouplets, and that covers people code. So with that, I come to the end of my second half of the people code development session. I hope I covered most of the basics and helped you, kickstart PeopleSoft development in your own environments. And do feel free to ask us any questions. We're very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Post your questions on the chat window. We are catching up with all the questions we saw on the chat window, and hopefully we will be able to answer them soon, or we will get back to you on email if you're not able to answer it right away.
So I see a question from saying they want to have a look at a delivered component and explain how the rendering of how it is rendered and how it is working behind the scenes. So that's like the answer would be a little elaborate. I'll have to actually pick up an example in HCM. So currently I'm on FSCM, but be it any component, for me to actually go and dig out what it's not a straightforward answer. It's not a generic answer. It depends on what the component is. We have already discussed that there are various types of components. So depending on whether it's a standard component or a master detail component, or based on what the constructs are within it, what are the page containers and the people code involved. So I need to know the exact. It varies from component to component, and what I would suggest is we can get back to you with a specific example, say the component you have mentioned, or take a different component for that matter to explain what are the different things that are involved in a functioning of a fluid component. So that's okay for the training. So to add, actually, there are various aspects of how a page or a component is delivered in fluid. Okay, so not all pages that you see are fluid pages or are defined as fluid pages in AppD. There are some pages that are rendered using what is called as iScripts, or there are other ways of delivering a page on screen like that. So today's session covered the 101, or just the basics of how you actually start developing. And to answer this question, we need a different, yeah.
The other questions that we got was to show an end-to-end functional scenario in, say, the financial instance. An example would be time and expense. So just to put a note here, with AI4, Fluid was enabled, which enabled you, it gave you the framework to develop in Fluid. So they gave you home pages wherein you could insert tiles. Those tiles could then be an aggregate of information like pivot grids or some kind of reports you want to see, or they could be links into your Classic or your Fluid platform. With a PUM image, and now with 855, they have expanded this capability. They have given more features which enable users like you and me, or enables the tech team to develop more on the Fluid. With a PUM image, they have been delivering more and more content, but still, one would say that this content is limited, as in what comes delivered or pre-packaged with your Oracle instance in the form of demo content is still limited, and we've seen that with every PUM image, the number of home pages they are giving to us are increasing, but there's still a long way to go. What they have given us is a platform to develop. So let me share my screen. So my reply to that question would be, even though an end-to-end scenario, ISO one like travel and expense, that would be an example of an end-to-end scenario where you're submitting a transaction and follow it up with approval. But in all probability, such end-to-end transactions you may not see for all the modules, because show you the drop down here. This is what comes delivered with PeopleSoft. You have something for employee self-service, expenses, procurement options, project management. So even if you take something like project management, you have a certain reports they have built, and they have built some Fluid interfaces to some Fluid applications. But they again won't be end-to-end, because not everything has been converted from Classic to Fluid. Something that we had covered right at the beginning, one of the parameters that Arvind spoke about was you have the option of waiting for Oracle to develop these and pre-package this as a part of your PUM image, or you can start building your own application. This is on one of the latest PUM images, so it's fairly current. If I could give you an example of expenses, as in travel and expense user, you can create an expense report So they have provided that as a prepackaged content. So when I click on create expense report, I have the option of creating kind of expense. So I can see that from my mobile device. I can do that on the desktop. So okay, let's say, and again, I'm working on the prepackaged content that Oracle has delivered. They have given me a Fluid application to enter my expenses, which I can do right from here. It's internal, and I paid cash, and it was $10, and it's parking. The transaction, and currently the status is pending. I can submit this transaction. So it's submission in process, which means the expense report has been submitted and routed to your manager. I log out, log back in as manager. If I go to approvals, it will list all the transactions that are pending my approval. In this case, there are some 13 expense reports, there's one journal entry, there's a purchase order. If I specifically look into the expense report, I have one was mine, and I say approve, and approve this, and it gets approved. So this was an example of an end-to-end scenario where you're submitting a transaction and it flows with the approval of the transaction. But again, a disclaimer, Oracle hasn't developed that many prepackaged Fluid applications. With every farm image, they're doing it, they're progressing, and we can either wait, or you can start developing, identifying applications that would best suit your Fluid environment, and you can start developing these applications and expose it to your user base. Here was for is the PUM image of the sandbox. The sandbox image that we have given you is PUM 17, if not 17 or 18, and the latest right now is 19. So it's fairly current. That other than operational PS query, have an OBI report via Fluid. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I have personally not worked on such reports, but I'm sure somebody from my team can answer that. We've taken a note of your question, and we'll get back to you on that. Request to show one of the examples wherein we inserted a classic page as a tile. So I'll that again. So we started off with creation of a home page, and this was my home page was, I delete that, I think. Let's back to one of the existing classic pages. So I think taken the example of requisitions. The add user requisition page. You see there's an icon right on the top that says add to home page, and I can select any of these home pages. So add this to my home page, and I go back. Gets added here. The update requisition. I'd already associated the image. How do you associate an image? So let me go back and show that to you again. This was under purchasing, update requisition. So I identify. For that, I think I'm on manager. That's why I'm struggling. Okay, so back to structure and content and look for the page that you just inserted as a tile. So in this case it was purchasing. It was requisitions and add update requisitions. So you come down, navigate it to any page that you've identified. And such page will have a third tab called as fluid attributes. If you navigate to the fluid attributes, you can change the image here. These images are something that are already present within PeopleSoft, but you can always upload your own images, any image of your interest, and then select it from here. So let's just say selected receipt, and I'll go back to my home page. And this is what the icon has changed to. You can select an appropriate image and make it a part of your tile. You can edit it and put any image that you want. I hope that answered your question. In case not, please repost your question and I'll happily answer that too. On fluid permission, I know there are some specific permission lists that need to be part, so you need to have the portal administrator if you want to manage your home pages. For mobile approvers, there is another list of fluid security that these roles that you need to have. I don't have the exact list of roles handy at me right now with me, but I can share the exact list. As I mentioned, in 855, Fluid is enabled by default. So as soon as you log in, any user logs in, they will see the Fluid screen. They will see the Fluid home page. Whether or not you have the option of changing these home pages is with the portal administrator permission list. Secondly, you can, as a user, you can change the option and switch between Classic and Fluid through your personalization options, and that has been captured as part of the documentation we'll be sending out the training presentation.